Welcome back, friends and associates and seekers and searchers, to a little old thing I long ago chose to call a history of rock and roll and film and rock and roll. You may call it what you like. Now, I have a confession to make. This is the third and I believe the last episode about The Crow. And I recently learned I've not been entirely truthful with you about how long I've been working on this. I've been saying, for the last year. I've been saying, I planned this a year ago. I have not been working on it for a year, but I've been grabbing scraps here and there and thinking about it for what I thought was the better part of a year. Well, today, while poking around on my 3 hard drives, I found an audio file you're currently listening to. The title of that is Bouncy Thing with Swimmy Parts. Consider DCC crowpodcast.wave. The date of creation is Sunday, March 14, 2021. And here we are, middle of April, 2023. And you finally get to hear it, folks. You're so welcome. It has not become a DCC song yet, Double Cross Committee song. But here it is for you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with me to listen to even more information about The Crow and about 9 Inch Nails. To quote the great philosopher Vinnie Jones at the Great Philosophy Gathering of Great Minds in the UK from 1998, known as WWF Interaction? Oof. That was a weird mispronunciation. That's what we call in modern times a Carl Jungian slip. I was going to say insurrection, the pay-per-view, but it wasn't insurrection, it was Capital Carnage. To quote Vinnie Jones, the great philosopher, it's going to be emotional! You thought I fell to pieces over the Joy Division shit. Well, today, we're really getting into the Brandon Lee of it all. And I'll admit, it got to me. It'll get to me by the end. You'll know it when you hear it a couple times. Thanks in advance for your empathy and indulgence in that regard. It's not all dour, it's not all defeatist, and it's not all sad, though. I have to claim a big victory. I think I found, after all this time, the best Trent Reznor interview I could possibly uncover. Thanks to the fairly recently released Spin magazine archives on googlebooks.com. Of course, I will flood you with links in the description, but you can just go to books.google.com as of this recording and look up the Spin magazine archives. You will be surprised at the variety of fun stuff you will find there. And I say this is someone that did not grow up reading Spin, don't have any particular built-up nostalgia for the magazine in question, but I probably would if I had read it at the time. There's a big variety of content there that I'm going to pull from in upcoming Patreon episodes. Yes, I have the Patreon, and I'm using it to funnel in all the extra stuff that I can't force into shows like this. If you would like me to put out more stuff on a more regular schedule, I have great news for you. I do that on Patreon now. Last month, there was 4 hours of audio and about 2 hours or 2.5 hours of video. that were uploaded. I plan to do another 4 hours of audio this month, April, as soon as I'm done recording this episode. And it's gonna range from a deeper exploration of the creation of the song Rocket 88 to some context around David Bowie's mid-1970s recordings, to more reading straight from the mouth of Nick Tosches himself, to a bit of Gilbert Gottfried screaming and singing some one-hit wonders from the early to mid-60s. There's going to be all kinds of stuff, a lot of scholarly stuff, not so much the movie stuff historically, but a lot more rock and roll stuff. But what I promise you is you will never hear me start an episode or any segment of any Patreon episode with the phrase, well, let's see what's in the news today. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? No, there will not be me leaning on current events or social media, flare-ups, Twitter talk, or anything like that. I'm not going to be using the Patreon as an excuse to just drag things out and improvise so much. It's actually so far turning out to be quite the opposite. A lot more deep dives, scholarly stuff in short doses, little tiny bits and pieces that go on and on and on for multiple episodes, like the history of the Altamont saga, that kind of a thing. So that's the ongoing plan. Mix early origins of rock and roll stuff with 60s and 70s stuff, and maybe some 80s and 90s stuff when I get around to it. For one thing, I found a 1996 Spin Magazine readers poll that I want to talk about. That is ripe for the Patreon for sure. And I know Patreons are mostly for insanely popular podcasts that are free and they want to charge for something, or podcasts have been on for like 8 years. They want to put most of it behind a paywall, and that makes sense. Does this make sense for me? No, not financially. Only from a standpoint of I have more to say that I can't cram into the normal feed, and I want to make it special. So check it out if you could. It's a few bucks a month. For anyone here and now that wants more of this kind of content, I really appreciate you giving me a place to do all this. But I want to do more, and I want to keep it on a regular schedule, unlike the main feed. So I have nothing to add really in terms of James O'Barr or the comic book on this episode. We've covered quite a bit of that on the previous two. But there was one thing I remembered that I wanted to include when I was talking about James O'Barr and his time in the Marines. And I forgot to go drag this up, go find this book I have sitting in a pile of stuff, my non-rock and roll books in the closet. Because there's a fun little parallel here. And what the hell, why not add it in? From Excelsior, The Amazing Life of Stan Lee by Stan Lee and George Mayer. Turns out old Stan the Man was also a poster guy in the armed forces, albeit the Army, during World War II. He was in the Signal Corps, and people found out he had done some work as a very young man for a comic book company and publishing company at that time, and decided he was going to, work on some pamphlets and some manuals and some propaganda posters and things like that. And he did such a good job on some of these projects, like a training manual for finance officers, that they decide they're not letting him go when it comes time to promote Stan. They're not going to make him an officer and send him off to something a little bit more active, even though that's what he wants. But apparently his greatest glory while serving this time in this man's army was a result of one very specific piece of work that he did. We mentioned before that, James O'Barr was tasked with taking old racist propaganda posters from the war era and then just redrawing them without the racist bits as prominent in them. Well, we don't go in that direction. Nope, we're going in a totally different direction. And I'll read this straight from the page. Now I'll confess to you, in confidence, that I'm not the greatest authority on venereal disease. So I was somewhat surprised when I was told to create and illustrate a poster about the subject. It seems the Army was having a problem. Enlisted men overseas were often enjoying carnal knowledge of the opposite sex without availing themselves of the proper safeguards. And if anyone can convey that same intelligence more delicately, I'll take my hat off to him. The Army found that after their brief period of indescribable ecstasy, too many enlisted men were contracting syphilis. Because of that, the military had set up what they called prophylactic stations all over Europe. After their fling in the hay, the enlisted men, and I don't know why it was only the enlisted men who were singled out, perhaps it was felt that in the case of officers, no German would dare. The enlisted men were supposed to go to one of these pro stations and submit to a procedure that, in the name of delicacy, I won't describe, the purpose of which was to protect them from getting venereal disease. These little pro stations dotted the landscape with small green lights above the entrances to make them easily recognizable. So what did that have to do with the old Sarge? Well, I was asked to create a poster that would remind and encourage enlisted men to go to a pro station after they had been overzealous in the romance department. I'll admit I was a little disappointed that I wasn't ordered to go overseas and seek out some of these women of easy virtue personally in order to do first-hand research for the poster project, but you can't win them all. I must have sketched countless complex, meaningful, persuasive, intellectual ideas for an anti-VD poster, but nothing seemed right. Then, when I least expected it, the inspiration hit me. The simplest idea of all. I merely drew a little cartoon version of a happy-looking GI walking into a pro station with a little green light above the door wearing a proud expression on his face and a dialogue balloon over his head that read, "VD, not me." Well, they must have printed a zillion copies of these posters and displayed them all over Europe. Due to me, the majority of our enlisted men were probably saved from becoming venereal victims. But did I get a presidential citation? A medal? Even a complimentary box of condoms? I love the Army, but how soon they forget. Yes, folks, that's the creator of some of your favorite superheroes of all time right there. Stan the Man. Leader of the Merry Marvel Marching Society himself. All right, we talked about Stan Lee. Now let's get back to Brandon Lee. So for info about Brandon Lee, I did find a book written by Cindy Dyson that came out in 2001. It's not very long. There's a link, should be a link to it in the description of this episode. You can check it out on the Internet Archive. And I got a few good details out of that, as well as the Making of the Crow book, but I won't be going into a ton of, detail about the making of the picture or Brandon Lee's childhood or anything like that. You can dig deeper yourself in your own time. But as I said on a previous episode, I have seen Rapid Fire and I have seen Showdown in Little Tokyo, and this man's ability and on-screen magnetism are undeniable, and I don't think he should be remembered only for The Crow. He did train very hard in martial arts, in the kind of academy where former students of his father worked and trained, or had worked and trained. He had to come in and sort of earn the good reputation that he would eventually have with the weight and the shadow of his father hanging over him, giving people a lot of bias or opportunity to prejudge him. One of the many people he would train with or train under that went on to become a stunt person themselves is Jeff Imada, who would end up working on The Crow eventually. Jeff remembers it was difficult for Brandon to be in these training situations because there's pictures of his dad everywhere. There's training equipment his dad had worked out on there. Things like that made it difficult for him. And Jeff says, I saw Brandon go into the waiting room sort of crying at one point. It was hard for him to be in the class and seeing all his dad's pictures. A couple years after that, Brandon would get really interested in soccer and less into martial arts, and he and Jeff would sort of drift apart for a time. Of course, Jeff eventually ends up becoming the stunt coordinator for The Crow. Brandon was a difficult student, routinely disciplined, and by the spring of 1983, 4 months before graduation, he was expelled for misbehavior from the Shattuck School, a private high school in Palos Verdes, 20 miles south of LA. Later on, he would receive a diploma from another high school nearby, Miralest. But by then, he had already decided he was going to go into acting. After graduating, he moved to New York, enrolled into the Lee Strasberg Actors Studio. Soon after that, he continued his acting studies at Emerson College in Boston. He joined a theater company called the Eric Morris American Theater Company and made a stage debut in L.A. in a play called Full Fed Beast by John Lee Hancock. Now, despite him wanting to focus on being a serious actor, he got his first real, solid television roles in '85 because of his martial arts experience. This was Kung Fu the Movie, a Movie of the Week spinoff from the 70s CBS series that many people are familiar with. And if you're familiar with Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, and believe what it portrays about the creation of that show, the original in the 70s, and I have no reason to doubt what it portrays, Bruce Lee was actually instrumental in creating the concept for that show and pitched it to the networks, who loved the idea but refused to hire him to play the lead character of Kane because they didn't think that America would want to watch a television program with a Chinese American in the lead role. So, of course, they hired David Carradine to play a half Chinese, half American character. Well, irony of ironies, this is Brandon Lee's first real gig in the television world, playing the long-lost son of David Carradine's character, Kane. How's about that? Now, Jeff Amato was connected with this production, and he said that Brandon, who was 21 at the time, was very reluctant to take the job. He says he didn't really want to do that show. They talked to him and said, this would be a great vehicle for you and blah, blah, blah. And so he ended up doing the show, but he wasn't too thrilled about doing the martial arts stuff. It was just sort of a hard thing to, imagine you're the son of Bruce Lee. Everybody's going to be looking at you under a magnifying glass, seeing if you're good or whatever. And he just didn't want to be in the shadow of his dad. Soon after that, he appeared in an episode of the TV series O'Hara, playing the malevolent Japanese son of a Yakuza boss. Imada was the stunt coordinator on that show. He says, everyone said he should do it. I don't know about his mom and stuff. I can't remember, but I know he wanted to be coming into the business as an actor. But everyone wanted to bring him into the business as Bruce Lee's son. So he said, okay, great. Now I can do more acting. I just want to do the acting thing. They go, oh no, you have to do more martial arts. It was good for his career, I guess. And probably they said, you can do martial arts just to get in the door. Funny enough, the next part he got after that was an American production of Kung Fu: The Next Generation. This time he was cast as the grandson of Kane from Kung Fu, so he was playing his own son from the last movie of the week. This is around the time he decides to go and do what his father had done at an early point in his acting career. Ship himself off to Hong Kong, appear in some action movies. The first one was in 1986 called Legacy of Rage. And I think sometime after that was Laser Mission. No, I tell a lie. I'm fact-checking myself in real time. Laser Mission was 1989, and that was filmed in West Germany. And it had Ernest Borgnine in it. Hell yeah. My boy from the Wild Bunch. And 10,000 other things, obviously. The doorman in Mad About You, of course. Right, people? And Brandon's no slouch when it comes to, the kind of martial arts that need to be exhibited on film. He knows basically from collaborating with his friends and breaking down his dad's old movies, that you don't just do normal kickboxing for kickboxing scenes or whatever. You have to isolate the most dramatic moves and time them out and position them in a way that the camera will record them in the most dramatic fashion possible. So, you don't just go out there and film yourself doing really amazing fast martial arts stuff and fights that are like natural. No, they have to be choreographed, and they have to be, there's obviously great professionals that have a good relationship can do a lot of spontaneous things, I'm sure, that look very cinematic. But for the most part, it was well known among his friends that, he understood what was cool looking and how to shoot it. So one of his friends said on Sundays, we'd all meet at the gym, and he'd bring his video camera down and he'd choreograph something. He'd shoot it just to see how he'd look on film. It was like, yeah, I've got nothing else to do on a Sunday. Let's go down and kick each other, choreograph some stuff and play and just have a good time. He had worked really hard as a young man on his own with his pals, testing out camera techniques and things and trying to get the right close-up shots just right. I mentioned Dragon, the Bruce Lee story earlier. He was actually requested to come audition for that film, and he turned it down. He said playing his own father would just typecast him even more, and that it would be too hard emotionally, trying to put himself into his father's, place. The photos I've seen of Brandon and Bruce Lee together show you that he was just old enough to have formed a bond with his father, and I'm sure to be very aware of what kind of a man he was and what kind of a father he was to him. He wasn't 2 years old. He wasn't, he was around 7, 8 years old. Bruce was 32. You got a memory of communicating with that guy. You've got a memory of looking up to that guy, and you've got memories of talking to that guy, and you're trying to hang on to everything that you have and memories of your father. But still, that timeline ends in an era where you're barely making sense of the world and what it's like to be a human being, too. I am not a child psychologist, and I don't know why I'm talking, but I think that's how I'd feel. And Brandon, as we'll get into later, he lived life very passionately. He was obviously physically, into stunts and danger, and he was deeply in love with his fiancée, Eliza, who he didn't know for very long, I don't think, before he got engaged to her. He told his agent that he knew as soon as he started talking to her that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. She thought he was pretty arrogant, but as she got to know him, kind of chalked it up to his extra confident nature and sort of warmed to that. Probably saw how friendly and charming he was compared to most arrogant people. But I mean, he's the guy that was, on the set the day he was killed. He was talking to Sophia Shinas, one of the members of the crew there, having a long conversation about their careers and their lives. And he said he had an offer to do another Dolph Lundgren film, wasn't sure if he was going to take it. She said he just kind of goes, "What am I going to do next?" And she says, "Get married." And he laughs and he says, "If I make it out of here alive." And then I said, "Yeah, at the rate you're going." I said, "Don't you think about these things? I heard that you're not even wearing a vest right now." And he says, "No, I'm not." This is before he gets, shot at with blanks. Don't you even think about these things? He says, And she asks, "Aren't you paranoid?" He said, "No." And I said, "Why not?" And he said, "Because if it's my time, it's my time." And that's a direct quote, she says. There was reason to be concerned. He had worked on the choreography himself for a lot of scenes, but not this one. He had worked, starting with Rapid Fire was the first movie he did where he got to have some serious input over the fight choreography. There had been problems during filming. On the first day, one of the carpenters backed into power lines, and I guess that incident burned this man's face, arms, and chest. Another crew member was involved in a very serious car accident a little while later. An equipment truck at one point caught fire. There was a rooftop sword fight that broke 2 ribs on a stuntman, and sets were destroyed by storms that came through. And one construction worker slipped and drove a screwdriver right through his hand at one point. For all that, Brandon, I think, didn't really feel any sort of ominous sense of danger. He was very enthusiastic about the character and the performances and the physicality of it all. I'm sure this offered him something beyond the average acting role as well as beyond the average martial arts role, right? He says, I have the unique opportunity to play someone who is essentially invulnerable. And you have to take into account this fact when you're choreographing for this character. He's going to approach any kind of violent situation in a very different way than a normal man would, due simply to the fact that he has very little concern for being hurt. Well, friends, I may have found one more book about Nine Inch Nails that is worth dipping into. It was written by a guy named Martin Huxley and published in 1997. Nine Inch Nails Self-Destruct. I think what I'm finding here with all these Nine Inch Nails books is there's none that tell the full story as you, as a fan, would like to read. And much like two of the other books, this book takes every opportunity it can to venture off into pages and pages of talking about other artists associated with Trent Reznor, i.e. Filter, Marilyn Manson. And like the other books, it makes only a passing mention of his cover of Dead Souls for the Crow soundtrack and jumps into a lengthy explanation of his work on the soundtrack to Natural Born Killers. I mean, I guess I understand there was a lot more wrapped up in that process and it got him out of his comfort zone. But I don't know. Maybe it was just too easy for him to record Dead Souls. It just made too much sense anyway that he would do it. So it's not like there's a whole lot of people chasing him down, asking him, why would you do something so outrageous? But I do want to utilize this book as a source for some other history that has, I don't know, I haven't been able to sort of dig into enough and flesh out enough in the Nine Inch Nails career, and that is early touring years. So let's go back to those heady days of the early 1990s. The book points out that prior to Trent Reznor getting signed to TVT Records, Nine Inch Nails was pretty much exclusively a studio act. And a one-man studio act. So when he needs to sort of translate everything he's been working on for years with Pretty Hate Machine into a live performance night after night after night, if he's going to sustain this thing, Trent had to sort of, put some plans together for the first time about that. He says, I was from the Todd Rundgren school. The studio is an instrument. Manipulate it. Don't go in thinking it's got to sound like a band. When I got done with Pretty Hate Machine, I realized, holy fuck, how am I going to play this live? I knew I didn't want to go out and do a Nitzareb, two guys just standing there kicking pads. I like electronic music, and I hate that sort of thing. I also don't want the record to be one nerd with a synthesizer, or if there to be a David Bowie type backup band. 15 people in a horn section. I use electronics because I want to, not as a compromise for something else. I didn't want to tour by myself because that would suck. And I didn't want to have it all taped or sequenced. The idea of getting a band together that plays stuff live was interesting, but I thought, will this music work with people playing it live versus a computer? It was a choice to use computers in the first place. I like the sound they make more than people in some cases. I was trying to strike the right balance between what was live and what was sequenced, and still trying to maintain the electronic feel. So he comes up with a plan to just go to England and audition players for the live band that he's going to use while he's, playing over there. So he hatches a scheme to advertise for musicians over there and starts placing musicians wanted ads in some of the weekly music papers there. And he receives about 100 responses. In the end, he decides the most practical course of action would be to recruit young, impressionable musicians from the Cleveland scene and mold them into whatever I wanted to use them for, instead of polished, great musicians who would come in with an attitude of, it should be like this. Now, I just wish there was more detail in this section about, like, what were you thinking, really? Were you going to not rehearse with these people? Were you going to show up and tour England, tour the UK? Or were you setting up time in a rehearsal studio after you found the right people? Were you checking, were you just getting mail responses, or was there a voice message service that the papers were using back then? How was this process going to happen? Or why, after that process, did you decide, no, I'm just going to grab some local Cleveland guys? Were the people that applied, did you get their demo tapes? Were they just so bad that you realized you had it easier here with your local scene? I don't know. But he ends up going with Chris Verena on drums, who he'd known as a friend for a long time, Richard Patrick on guitar, and Nick Rush, who had worked with Reznor in Exotic Birds before. That's a previous band that we covered on the last episode, not a pet store. He's on keyboards, and he would also soon be replaced by David Hames and then a guy named Lee Mars. Trent establishes his position as the leader of the outfit pretty strongly right from the get-go. He says, I'm not in the position to offer somebody $1,000 a week to rehearse, so I took some young guys who were malleable, who would basically do what I want them to do but expand on it. The only context I've worked with them in so far is, here are the songs, here are your parts, learn them. When I start to do the next record, it'll be up in the air as to what happens. I don't see it being a democracy ever. It's not a band. It's not, here's an idea for a song, let's all work on it. I would hope someday that it would be a more of a collaboration, but it isn't right now. It's basically, if you don't like what you're playing, come up with something better. If I like it, you can play it. If I don't, play what I did. Not to be a prick, but I have an idea of how I want things to come out. And it's tough when you're in a situation where you're not quite sure of someone's direction. I'm not thinking guitar part. I'm thinking of the part that fits the big picture. If it's guitar, fine. If it's cowbell, fine. If that sucks, then I've got myself to blame. Some people mistake it for egotism. I'm not out to say I played every part and edited every piece of tape, but it just works out that way. This whole chunk of this part of the book is great because it's just mostly Trent Reznor talking from some other interview, I assume. The author's not interjecting much, but does make a good point of saying that, rearranging the Pretty Hate Machine songs for a live band was a major challenge, and the process would have a significant effect on Trent Reznor's future studio recordings and processes. Trent said, since Pretty Hate Machine was all done on computer with a little bit of guitar, it was a struggle as to what kind of people should I use? What instrumentation should I use? I didn't want to go out with just a tape deck and me, so I decided to arrange it with real drums, add another guitar player. I'll play guitar live, keyboard player. And to maintain the integrity of the electronic side of it, we worked out a way to play with tapes where a certain part of the music, like the bass, for example, and some loops and things you don't need to see a person playing or would be very difficult to play, like a 16th note pattern real fast for a whole song, put that on tape. The author also notes the mix of live instruments with pre-recorded sounds and sequenced rhythms eventually revealed new depths in Reznor's compositions. Much to my pleasure, after a few months of touring, it really started to work. This is from a Spin magazine article, I guess. The songs started to take on a new life. The live band's growing confidence and forcefulness, and the now dreadlocked, shaven-templed Reznor's maturation into a riveting frontman was accelerated by the fact that Nine Inch Nails was breaking in its increasingly intense live act opening shows for headliners whose live presentation was something less than earth-shaking. The Nails opened for English distorto pop stars the Jesus and Mary Chain between January and March of 1990. Before supporting ex-Bauhaus frontman and goth godhead Peter Murphy beginning in April. Two headliners that weren't difficult to blow off the stage, Reznor assessed. And then it took over, this weird fucking energy and negative energy release, this purging exorcism that takes place on stage. There are parts in this book where they interview Richard Patrick and apologize, the other gentleman that joined him in Filter, and they talk about, having left the band after this touring sort of scenario that got increasingly more angsty and violent and aggressive and mean-spirited, and it's just like waking up and being negative for no reason they could think of, sort of. Now from dreadcentral.com/news, Unearthed exclusive, 24 years after its release, interview with David J. Shao, screenwriter of The Crow. There's a lot to this. I think it's definitely worth a look over from any fan that gives a damn. I don't want to read the entire thing because, it's fun to send you on a scavenger hunt, a treasure hunt, if you will, to find all the rest of the thingies that I didn't say. But there's some nice insights into changes that were made to the approach they were taking to the Crow adaptation. One of which is back when they were doing pre-production in January of '93. They are in Wilmington, North Carolina, and the production crew is staying at a place called the Greystone Inn, which I guess is very important to note. It's a large hotel, bed and breakfast sort of thing, and Brandon has his own sort of suite. He has like a third of an entire floor, and Brandon and Mr. Xiao find out there's a little storage area sort of off to the side, and they decide at the same time that this sounds like, the kind of thing that the Crow needs. It's a cool little, I don't know, like a little crawl space outlet in the alcove storage unit kind of a thing, attic thingy that Eric probably needs in the movie. A secret room. And Shao says the secret room became the attic that you see in the film's flashbacks with Eric and his fiancée Shelley. It's that late in the process where they find that key, that visual key to like giving Eric some space when he comes back home, when he comes back to Detroit and has this time to reflect and the memories start hitting him, and to sort of, I don't know, not so much make his plans as much as, whoop, this is my home base. This is, he starts putting the makeup on his face and he gets ready to go out and do the stuff he's got to do. There were some things discarded between various drafts of the screenplay and script. Shao says, we specifically had an Asian villain that Brandon and stunt coordinator Jeff Imada thought was a bad idea. The size of the gang also changed, and it resulted in a stack of scripts that's over a foot high, and I couldn't tell you how many versions there are. If I went downstairs to the office and hauled them out of the Foot Locker and counted them, that wouldn't even be accurate because there were a lot of intermediates. And then when we were shooting, a very strange thing happened, which was that for all the writing we had done on this project, there was no script that reflected what we were shooting in its totality. So one of my jobs of many in Wilmington was to take the notes, the things we changed or scripted, perhaps the previous day, and render those into a form that could be included into some kind of big collated script, or at least something resembling a shooting script. As a result of this, today I have a version of the script that we could send to people that basically reflects the movie as shot. But that script did not exist while we were shooting the movie, because we pieced it together a scene at a time. From scenes we changed, from scenes according to the shooting schedule, we would alter the day before, because another one of my jobs during the shooting, and this was the beginning of February through the end of March, and then June, and then part of July 1993, was at 2:30 in the morning during lunch, because we were constantly shooting at night. My 10 minutes with Alex Proyas in his trailer, he says, we dope out what I'd write. I assume that was supposed to say dole out what I'd write for the next 24 hours. Then Peter Pound, the storyboard guy, would come in get his 5 minutes with Alex, and he would thrash out what he was going to storyboard for the next day. And if you don't know, storyboarding is the process where a visual artist will, almost like a comic book, relevant because this is a comic book adaptation, will sort of draw out like key shots, like frame it this way. The camera obviously has to be at this angle, because what you're seeing in this frame is a person's body from this perspective, that kind of thing. It's very important for action to be, sort of laid out that way so everyone knows, oh, if we're going to zoom in that far, we need this lens, If we're going to show this person's face up close, we need that lens. Things like that. So it was really run and gun because we had to accommodate changes constantly and unendingly. Some of the changes were due to budget, schedule, and the availability of the other actors. So it was really me, the storyboard guy, taking some heat off of Proyas by helping him change things at the last minute. And by honing the film, making better individual scenes and individual lines of dialogue that we had spent over a year on already. And that's a common theme when it comes to the making of this film, man. One thing that is very, very clear: the pre-production, the script revisions, the rewrites, everything that led up to the making of this film, there was so much deliberation and so much editing and so many changes being made all the time. And then they started making it, and even then, things just got more hectic, and the timeline was changed on them. Everyone working on this worked really hard, apparently, and kept having things taken away from them in one way or another when it comes to the time they had and the resources, meaning the money, and the ability to pull this shit off, which is what corporations do. I mean, you don't have to be a evil corporation like Miramax to do this. All kinds of people can do this to you. Your boss at work can do this to you. Your teacher can do this to you. Your coach can do this to you. Anyone can do this to you. But when you are a large company that has many, many, many irons in the fire, as it were, or many, many, many different properties out there, whether if you're a record label, if you're a TV studio, movie studio, video game company, software company, whatever it is, there's a lot of this going on. It seems to me, being just a simple bird lawyer, a simple caveman lawyer that's frightened by your modern world, that only has studied bird law. I know I'm conflating a couple of comedy tropes here, so you get it. That like they just put all the plans out there. They hire the people. They give them a schedule. They give them a timeline with which to create and then launch. And then they look at the numbers and they count those beans up and they see how many beans they're going to get at a certain amount of time. And they say, nope. Who are we going to pull the plug on? Fire these people. Cancel this project. Now tell these other people they have to make this thing happen faster. Because this is what inevitably happens every year with our budgets. And we heard a rumor that somebody at another company is releasing something very similar, so we have to cut the budget for this thing because it won't come out in time. And then we're going to hire more people for this other thing because there's another similar thing coming out around that same summer, and we want to get there first, etc., etc., etc. There's some stuff in here about character, and Brandon Lee's influence on the character. He says, Brandon had the ability to go to Alex and say, this scene should be longer. We should explore this more. And he had several opportunities to write his own dialogue, which he mostly did around stunt scenes. It was very collaborative. So that's interesting. So the more stunt-oriented scenes in the film where you see Brandon, he might have had more influence over what his character is actually saying when he's doing that stuff. But Brandon did have power to specifically object to something he didn't like having an Asian bad guy, for example, and we paid attention. Because other times, day to day, it was like dealing with the character instead of the actor, because you were getting Eric Draven's viewpoint on the script as opposed to Brandon's. He also says, when it comes to his commitment to the character, I love this. Sorry, you're going to have to wait for me to laugh about this again because it makes me really happy. Nope, you're going to sit there. I'm not cutting this out. He says, people think this is a made-up story, but Brandon literally got into a bathtub of ice at the Greystone Inn to lower his body temperature so he could better prepare for being a dead guy. Oh, and there's a note that, the principal photography of the film, he was more often filmed outdoors in frigid winter conditions and then under rain machines as well. So he took it very seriously, continued Shao. And I kind of remember Brandon in Alex's office one day on set where he just sort of hit a wall with his back and sank down on his haunches and just kind of hung his head. It was really just too much for him because he was living in that skin 24/7. And it was beginning to get to him sometimes because we had a pretty brutal shooting schedule on top of that. It affected everyone to a greater or lesser degree. But what it also did was bond the crew into a really good unit. It sounds dreary and depressing, and it did get bad at times, but there were wonderful things that would happen on the production every day. He also talks about hanging out off hours with Brandon. He says they shot a lot of pool, and I remember showing him two things he had never seen in our production office, and one in the trailer. Those were Ren and Stimpy cartoons and 9 Inch Nails music videos. When did that band Happiness and Slavery video come out? I think that was one of the 9 Inch Nails videos we showed in the production office. And everyone thought something was deeply wrong with both of us. If you haven't seen that footage, you are more than encouraged to go to archive.org and find it while you still can. I did. He and I were driving together one night in one of the production rental cars in North Carolina. We had all these Hondas, and it was just pissing down rain, the kind that comes directly at your windshield, and the wipers were going, and our headlights were our own worst enemy. That kind of thing. Brandon and I were zipping down the road coming from playing pool. There was this bowling alley attached to the pool hall that we frequented called Break Time that stayed open late for us during production. And we were blazing home from it in this rental car. And Brandon looks at me and says, "Do you want to see something really cool?" And he pulls the emergency brake, and he spins the car 3 times. And I looked at him and said, "Do that again." And he did, and he was good at it too. So yeah, Brandon risked our lives and limbs on a regular basis. But he took his role in the film very seriously, physically and otherwise. I remember once that he asked me if I wanted to go to the gym with him when I had the flu. I didn't go. I definitely would have croaked under the bench press. And besides, who wants to go to the gym with Brandon Lee? I mean, come on. That would have been embarrassing. But yeah, he could be very silly, and he was a good guy. We became friends as a result of this movie. We were in each other's orbits so much that it was difficult to be anything other than buddies. Of the very rare downtime periods during production, where we would sort of disrupt the lives of people that were kind enough to keep their businesses open for us, like break time, so that we could recreate in the middle of the night when we weren't working. We could recreate. I think they mean like recreation, recreate, I guess. Brandon got really intent on walking up to total strangers and asking, if you had the opportunity to come back from the dead, would you? Would you potentially upset your loved ones by having one more chance to talk to them? Or would you leave them in whatever peace they'd found through grief? It was like he was taking a poll. And almost uniformly, everyone said, I would come back, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, Brandon did his own death poll with anybody and everybody that we went with, or anyone that would walk past the pool table to absorb what was going on. And after a while, people left us alone. So now, speaking of the accident that kills Brandon Lee, he says, I was certainly there when the accident happened. It was 8 days before the principal photography was supposed to wrap on The Crow, 17 days before his planned marriage in Ensenada, Mexico, to his fiancée, Eliza Hutton. Eric Draven enters the apartment, bag of groceries in his hand, and he's shot by the actor Michael Massey's character Funboy. I was standing 10 feet away, he says. And then after his death, it was a very confusing period of time that was in many ways similar to the evacuation of Saigon, as news people tried to trespass onto the lot and as people tried to figure out what to do. There was a conspiracy theory circulated or two that his death was, it was a murder or ordered by the triads, the Chinese mafia or something like that. As they had said the same thing about his dad's death, Oh, he's exposing martial arts secrets to the international audiences or Americans, and he's got to learn his lesson for betraying the trust of this legacy, blah, 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 blah. But no, there's a very, very simple explanation that's sort of convoluted when it comes to the day-to-day mystery and how it was solved. But he says, after it happened, the producer, Edward R. Pressman, flew in, and he wanted to address the entire crew, and production was shut down, basically. And Shao says, it took nearly 3 days after the accident to completely shut down. I remember flying back from Wilmington with production designer Alex McDowell and camera operator Ken Arledge. We're sitting on a plane. And this was one of those flights, they had a big screen for the movie that they would show for everybody. A lot of folks might not remember this, but there used to be, you didn't have like a little miniature screen in front of you for every single seat on the plane back then. There was a actual, small movie screen, pull down thing that you would see just like in a movie theater, but much, much smaller. And they would show one movie depending on how long the plane flight was. And then you could pay maybe to have headphones to listen to the audio. And this is rough. What comes on the screen is the trailer for the May 1993 film Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. And the whole plane comes alive around us in total confusion, asking, isn't that the guy that just got killed? Because there, I believe, was an actor named Brandon Lee that acted in that film, and I think he might be the same actor that portrayed Mowgli in the 1990s live-action Jungle Book film. If I'm wrong, please call in now and let me know. Lines are open. So they're saying, isn't this the guy that just got killed? And I'm thinking, no, but I'm not going to correct anybody on the plane. I'm not going to open that shitbox. We just sank down in our seats. It was one of the bleakest days of my life. It was very, very depressing, and it took us 6 weeks or thereabouts for several things to happen, including the decision to complete the movie. A lot of us were sitting in Los Angeles feeling that the film was unfinished business. Imagine yourself, you're waiting for 6 weeks for the phone to ring, and it doesn't for most of that time. We felt doomed and over already because Alex had said, to hell with this, we can't finish this. And then two of the actors, I've heard a story that suggests one of them was David Patrick Kelly, went to him and changed his mind. Once the idea of completing the movie as Brandon's legacy came up, that seemed to make a great deal of sense. And a great deal of the crew came back for little or no extra pay. And there was about a quarter of the crew that was new because we had lost some people. But everybody went back to Wilmington for like an entire month. We had 8 days left to shoot and collect and repair those 8 days. It took over a month. On returning to Carol Co. Studios, Shao recalls, when we first started shooting the film, it was freezing there, but it was in the grip of early February. But when we went back, it was a horrible summer heat wave in the middle of June and humid, as far opposite as we could get. But one thing that had not happened was that people, frankly, needed to go back to Wilmington just to grieve because we hadn't had an opportunity to do that. We certainly hadn't been around, been able to around, God damn these fucking typos, around anybody. We certainly hadn't been able to around anybody, all right, to be around anybody who didn't understand what we were going through, I guess. And granted, there was Brandon's mom, and there was Eliza. And there were people going through a lot worse shit than we were. And this isn't closure, because closure suggests the end of something. This was different. This was an experience with a large contingent of the crew that kind of bonded by working together and had become super bonded by the tragedy in our midst. And it was very nourishing to be around those people as we finished this project and got it out. He also said, it's always bittersweet to look at anything that refers to the movie because you're reminded that the process of making this movie killed your friend. But I think if the argument boils down to, well, are we going to put Brandon and the movie in the ground versus we can't save Brandon, but maybe we can save the movie, I think you could predict most people would say, let's take a shot at salvaging the movie. And that's kind of what happened. Ultimately, you can apologize all day. You can try to compensate all day. But what I take away from this experience is this. It is up to the fans to decide whether we did rightly or wrongly by finishing this project. And I think the vote has been mainly that we should have finished the movie, and I'll swim with that. For anyone who has a friend at this level or this caliber, and you get a person like that, I'm not talking about celebrity, I'm just talking about their qualities as a human being. If you have them yanked out of your life, suddenly and unexpectedly in that way, they leave a hole. And as time goes by, you lose someone else, and there's another hole, and then another. And pretty soon, you're kind of Swiss cheese. Here's the difference between the public figures that you are sorry to see go and the people that meant more to you personally. I think it boils down to who are the people that since they left or were taken, died, passed on, shuffled off the coil. Which of those will you think about every day for the rest of your life? Brandon is one of those people. Now to speak more of Nine Inch Nails' experiences touring around 1990, it is an interesting note that I think is relevant that the author makes, Martin Huxley, about how, eventually we get to a point where Trent Reznor is really confrontational and like attacking his bandmates on stage, smashing instruments, wearing black lipstick and eyeliner and covered in cornstarch and wearing leather. And it's a big human release, a catharsis, a frenzied catharsis that does a good job of offsetting how rigid the beats to the songs are. He says, like Pretty Hate Machine's studio sound, the evolution of the antagonistic Nine Inch Nails stage show was the result of much trial and error. We've experimented with playing standing still and concentrating on how well we play our instruments, Reznor said at the time. Then we'll do a show where we can hardly stand up because we're so drunk and we're fucking up every song, forgetting lyrics, and I fall down or accidentally knock over the drums, the guitar, and the keyboards, and we're the fucking best band they've ever seen. Our show got much more anger-oriented or just fucking frustration-oriented rather than we really want to do a fine job for everybody out there. Fuck you, like our music, or we're gonna fucking spit beer on you and insult you. When you do, they love you more, and then that makes you have less respect for them. It just fuels itself to where you just turn into something else. It's a weird thing. You really have to go into combat mode to do this. After the first 80 shows, there was the immediate feedback from the audience and just the grueling rigors of touring. Not to sound like Bon Jovi or anything. It's fairly intense to get out there every night with this mindset to go out and attack. I just thought about this the other day. I've been drunk every night since January. I can't fake being mean. After a while, it got more fun to be abusive to the crowd, and then people began to like us more. All this apparently went down just fine on the Jesus and Mary Chain tour, but the later portions of the Peter Murphy tour got kind of tense at times. He said, we were playing theaters and college auditoriums and places where you can't drink, and there are these steroid freaks that will beat you for just speaking. That was the worst possible environment for us to be in. I assume he means security, security guards beat you for speaking, or like because they don't like to look you or something. I don't know. Or does he mean people in the crowd, people walking around the campus? I can't tell you, folks. I just can't. But he says the stage for us is really small because they have all these drum risers and lights. You know, because they have to, because, you know, opening bands got to just set up their gear in front of that and stand in front of all that stuff that the headliners have. A lot of clutter, basically, if you're a small time band and you can't move around as much as you'd like, or you're used to even. You know, in club tours, you're used to moving around a certain way without being too obstructed. But then, I don't know, sometimes certain bands take up, even though you're playing big venues, they take up a lot more floor space, depending on the risers and the statues and whatever they have going on. He says, they had this light 2 feet behind where I stand. If you don't move it, there's a good chance I'm going to run into it. And the crew is like, must you run into that with your antics? We were doing 2 nights in Atlanta, which I hate anyway. And we get on stage, and there's all this junk sitting there, including a half-eaten pizza we had at soundcheck. I got really drunk and took this pizza and started firing it out into the audience. I had this great feeling hitting all these death rocker guys in the head with all this cold pizza. We also had these boxes of cornstarch that we were covering ourselves in, and we threw those into the audience as well. Then I smashed a guitar, knocked the drums over, and walked off stage. And that's what it took to get that audience to like us. Forget the music. As soon as they got abused, that was it. We outsold Peter Murphy on t-shirts. As soon as I walked downstairs, I was attacked by keyboard roadies, guitar roadies, the tour manager screaming, "What are you doing? We're going to throw you off this tour." And I said, "What's the problem? Kick us off. I could use a few weeks off." So that ended with us not being friends anymore, and nobody spoke to us for the last 2 weeks of the tour. So they were ready to throw them off, but they couldn't get a replacement right away, I guess. By the summer of 1990, says the book, Nine Inch Nails had a devoted enough following and an exciting enough stage act to justify headlining a tour of large clubs. For their opening act, they tapped influential English industrial combo Meat Beat Manifesto, a long-time Reznor fave. It was like a nice upward curve of success, Reznor said of the road work the band did in support of Pretty Hate Machine. And the neat thing that happened with the music was it was live enough that it could mutate into whatever it would mutate into. Meanwhile, he keeps developing some changes in his stage persona in ways that show his more commanding side, evidently. He refers to that as the me that's allowed to act. There's this weird kind of energy that just pops up when we do a show. There's a level of connection that starts to happen. Maybe in an odd way, there is a real human communication that ends up being positive, even though everything being said is negative. The book notes that years later, he would look back on his first serious brush with touring as a very eye-opening experience. I remember we were just starting out. We were opening for a couple of other bands, and nobody knew who the fuck we were, and MTV didn't give a shit about us, and radio didn't really give a shit about us. I remember the first time I looked down and I could see people singing words back at me, and it really seemed like they meant it. They're fucking yelling back at me, and I'm yelling back at them, and suddenly it seemed like it's starting to be worth it now. The fact that someone can relate to something you, in an intimate moment, jotted down just blew me away. He refers to touring as the first time we'd ever acknowledged to another male that you actually masturbate. We all felt liberated, and then it finally got to the point where, well, he describes, the fact that they're sharing hotel rooms on the road, at least 2 guys in the same room, and there's just going to be certain times where one of you goes into the bathroom to whack off, and he says there's just this sort of responsibility to not bother the person. He said it could be 15 minutes, it could be half an hour, it could be an hour. Don't know, buddy. Don't bother me. Take messages. Okay, while I can't break down every single thing about the making of The Crow, you can read that in the book yourself if you look in the description for the links. I think there's a case to be made for this few pages I found together that cover two specific scenes. So I'm going to read straight from the book on this because there's nothing that I have to add with my own language in this case. Only Big could describe the explosion and fire at Gideon's pawn shop for special effects coordinator J.B. Jones. In a wide shot, Eric Draven steps out onto the street, turns around, and fires a single rifle shot through the window, igniting the gasoline and ammunition inside. To protect Brandon's double, Jeff Cadiente, a dummy holding a dummy rifle was inserted right before J.B. Jones detonated the explosives. Anyone else can't read the word detonated or detonatus, detonator, without doing it in Hans Gruber's voice from Die Hard? At least in your head. Hopefully not in front of other people. At the same time, Gideon's stunt double runs out of his shop, now engulfed in flames. The set medic, Clyde Baisey, B-A-I-S-E-Y, was very pleased that the stuntman's fire-retardant clothes left him with no more than superficial burns, like you or I would get from starting a charcoal grill. In case of any injuries to the cast or crew, an ambulance was standing by. But the stunt went off without a hitch. Clyde Baisey recalls it was pretty much a totally safe shoot. And this is one of my favorite details. Even the creator of The Crow, James O'Barr, who was visiting the set, has a brief cameo as a looter stealing a television from the burning pawn shop. The timing of the explosion was critical, because to do it again would have meant a big remake for J.B. Jones's crew. As predicted, the first take was a success. J.B. Jones says, "I made sure that we had enough in it not to have to go back to do it again." I made sure that we had enough in it not to have to. Yeah, that's the sentence. In fact, the two-story building had about 30 pounds of black powder explosive in it, enough to create a huge fireball and blow out all the first-story windows, which were made of breakaway glass. The elaborate chain of events included catapults positioned to throw objects through the windows, holy shit, and propane gas tanks on the roof, which threw large flames. Ken Alridge, who was operating a camera on a crane looking down at the blaze, had a fireball envelop him and his camera. We had protection on ourselves and on the camera. It was big. It was a very big explosion. On a cold night, it warmed me up quite well. J.B. Jones admits, "We did have a slight problem that night. I wasn't clear on how much fire Alex Proyas wanted. He wanted to carry through with all the shots with a gigantic fire." Gaffer Claudio Miranda recalls the stunt got a little out of hand when the buildings really started catching on fire, which is not good. This was cause for great concern from Miranda, who had placed several of his Deca lights inside to simulate flames and illuminate the actors running out in the street. The firemen come and they break out their hoses and they come in with axes, and all my lights are in there. And they start chopping through the flames, and they had some lights, knocked them on the ground. They're aiming their hoses at the lights and electricity. And I thought, God. The dread of losing so many of his lights was matched with joy when, miraculously, Miranda later discovered every single one of his lights still worked. Although the back lot had been successfully transformed into a decaying Detroit neighborhood, it was decided that Top Dollar's nightclub and lair would be shot at a place which location manager Vic Griffin described as oppressive. So huge. So oppressive. About 6 miles out of Wilmington, off Blue Clay Road, is Ideal Cement. It had been abandoned at least 10 years before, had since been used only as a movie location. "It's one of those places we'd shot at time and time again," recalls Griffin. "I know of over 15 movies that shot sequences there. Immediately before The Crow, the Super Mario Brothers had used it as one of its primary locations. Enormous silos towered over the landscape. Griffin had been there many times, but each time you pull up, it looks like something out of East Berlin. Very austere. It's one color, kind of gray bone. If you took all of the cement that it took to build that plant and built I believe it's a 4-foot wide sidewalk, 4 inches thick. It would go from here to Miami, Florida. Griffin recalls that when he first showed the plan to the production team of The Crow, they said, "This is fantastic. This is great." They wanted something kind of post-apocalyptic, very dark, ominous. Just think of the music that was in the film. That's the kind of mood and setting they wanted to do. "It worked for us," said Bob Rosen, "although it's a horrendous place to shoot. It was so unique and so perfect for what we wanted it to do. It worked for 2 or 3 sequences in the picture. I mean, we could not possibly have been able to create something with the look of that cement factory." In the factory, huge lighting, rigging, stunts, and special effects were set up to successfully create the industrial hell of Top Dollar's world. And since the look of The Crow was the first priority for Alex Proyas and his team, the many difficulties and dangers presented by shooting at ideal cement would be tolerated or worked around. "It would take an earthquake to even rock that place. It's so thick with concrete and steel," recalls set medic Clyde Basie. But it creates its own danger. The inside of the cavernous structure looked like an obstacle course. A lot of machinery was torn out and left holes in the ground. There was a lot of overhead conduit pipes that were torn out, some pieces still hanging. For safety, areas had to be roped off and debris removed. Debris, J.B. Jones recalls, there was some nightmares there in that place. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I know I said I was going to read this whole thing word for word, but there's a lot of names and a lot of stuff, and it's worth putting in because I don't think these people, they're not going to be featured in the average making of some movie podcast. Let's see. It was early March when The Crow set up filming in the cement factory and would remain there for almost 10 days. It's spitting distance from the Northeast Cape Fear River, and the wind that comes up off the river in March can be extremely cold, recalls Griffin, especially at night. There's no way to heat all that cement. Even in the summertime, inside that place, it's cool. But in the dead of winter, it is freezing. Ernie Hudson describes it as a damp freeze. It was the fucking worst. Unreal. To generate some warmth, Griffin brought in space heaters and a humongous heating system that looked about the size of an airplane engine, several feet of ductwork. But in a matter of seconds, the heat would escape through large open holes in the side and the roof of the factory. As Basie described it, it was like walking around Swiss cheese. It had openings everywhere. The wind was blowing through it. Emerged in the cold, the fine cement dust presented another hazard. It could penetrate your lungs, according to stunt coordinator Jeff Amata. There's a lot of safety precautions that were taken. Masks to filter out the dust were issued to cast and crew. But for wardrobe assistant Roberta Bile, it was hard, she says, trying to do stuff, hard to function with masks on. A lot of people wound up with bronchitis. We were working nights. We were like a bunch of vampires. It was like we were living in our own world because we were 6-day weeks, 6 p.m. calls. Sometimes we wouldn't be wrapped up until 8 a.m. and never got our turnarounds, the union minimum breaks between shifts. Ever. Turnarounds, they don't exist on location, non-union. Because the location was miles from town and the scene to be shot at Top Dollar's Night Spot Club Trash, it would involve over 50 extras. An ambulance was hired to stand by. Still, Clyde Basie remembers the attitude of safety last on The Crow was typical of out-of-town producers. But at the cement factory, the reality set in. They finally get out to a place. Oh, wait a minute. We're a long ways from town. How quickly can you get a helicopter here? There's no helicopter within 120 miles of here. No medical help. And they're not in L.A. They're not in California. They're not in New York. We're still a small town in North Carolina. Most of the continental U.S. is like that. Every hospital does not have a helicopter. As if the crew didn't have enough problems to handle, while they were preparing the cement factory to shoot the scenes of Club Trash, an unexpected force of nature disrupted the filming. Then there's a little chunk here describing the storm, yada, yada, yada. Then they have to recover from the storm and rebuild some things. It was a very scary experience, lots of damage, and the crew had to really rally hard to recover from it as fast as needed because there was buildings nearby without like roofs, trees were uprooted, roads were washed out. Then they have to start reshooting again for the club scene. They block up the outside light with the light coming through the huge holes in the cement factory's roof and the walls. They hang black curtains around. The winds come in, blow down curtains. Anyways, they got to go climb back up, hang them again. And the crew assembles with 50 local extras, mostly between the ages of 18 and 25, to fill up the whole dance floor, part of the scene where live bands would play. We all pretty much dressed ourselves into the scene, and that was really fun, recalls Roberta Bile, who, like many crew members, also joined in to create the rave-like atmosphere. A bunch of people did stage dives, and that was fun. That was probably one of the funniest times. It was at the cement factory, but still, we were rocking in there. It was like a party. This, of course, is a safety concern for Basie. He says, you got that many teenagers out there rocking all night long. I'm sure some of them were doing some real partying. Luckily, most of his job that day was treating flu and cold. I gave out more Advil, Tylenol, sinus medication, cough drops, throat lozenges. There's no way even to calculate the number of medications I gave out. Everybody was sick. 2 bands have been booked to appear in this scene as themselves, playing at Club Trash. 1, Medicine, all-girl band, who would perform their song Time Baby 2 on the soundtrack. The other was Trent Reznor and his band, 9 Inch Nails. Jeff Most was, he says, a huge 9 Inch Nails fan and just alternative music in general. Boo. Pfft, poser. No one's just a alternative music fan in general. That word, that label means so little. I don't know. I don't care if it's 1994 or it's 2024. Alternative music does not describe things. If you're saying that in like the college radio years of the 80s, then yes, it does. But come on. If you're an adult, that doesn't mean anything. If you're 14 years old and you're going to take guitar lessons or bass lessons or drum lessons, and your instructor's like, so what kind of music are you into? And you're like, oh, I'm kind of into alternative music from the 90s. Then that makes sense. You're okay. That describes something. Oh, goodness gracious. So he thinks that Nine Inch Nails is the perfect artist to bring into the movie. And he's the first artist that Jeff Most approached to be in the movie. And he says when we met, he was living in Benedict Canyon, I believe the Sharon Tate home, which is no longer there, which was just kind of eerie. We know that story already. He agreed to appear in The Crow with his band, but according to Jeff Most, shortly before filming, Trent let a member of his band, a guitarist, go and did not feel he would have the time and did not have someone hired at that point to be rehearsed. He did not want to go on stage with someone that he had not worked with for a good deal of time. At the last minute, Jeff Most finds another band called My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. They had just been in the movie Cool World. Someday I'm going to have to do some Ralph Bakshi episodes. I don't know if I'll cover Cool World, but I like what the guy does in some avenues. But he's done a couple music movies that are worth covering, I think. If I can kind of get through some other stuff first and really hunker down and get into Bakshi world for like American Pop or Hey Good Looking or something like that. Let's see. To reiterate from other episodes, I am planning a rock and roll episode, which is Nelvana, not Ralph Bakshi, but similar era. Let's see. They wrote a couple of songs, which I was not pleased with, says Most. They came up with the backing tracks to After the Flesh, which I did approve. Alex Proyas and I listened to it over the phone. Oh my God. We had literally less than a day before they were scheduled to go on camera. So then the band flies to Wilmington the night before they were scheduled to perform in the scene at Club Trash. Thrill Kill Cult's lead vocalist, Groovy Man, Frankie Nardiello, and lead guitarist Mars, Buzz McCoy. Man, imagine having a name as cool as Buzz McCoy and then like creating another name, Mars. They wrote the song out on an airline napkin while they were en route. The lyrics to the song that they would sing in Club Trash. They would have to mime the whole thing to their own music, which had not been recorded. Jeff Most recalls, "We went into a recording studio in North Carolina. We stayed there until about 6 a.m., and they went on camera at 2 p.m. The studio that they used was exclusively in the business of recording Christian music." Lead vocalist Groovy Man recalls, "Here we are in this Christian music studio. I'm smoking a joint and the room is filled with smoke. Buzz has this big honkin' drink he made for himself because he knew we were going to be there for a while. And we're screaming, 'Things of the flesh, do it slow, do it slow.'" Ironically, the song had another title, Nervous Christians. Thrill Kill Kult went to the cement factory, performed their brand new recording, and during the scene, Skank and T-Bird make their way through the crowd en route to see Top Dollar in his office above the club. As on so many other occasions, unplanned action and improvisations became lasting elements of the scene. Angel David remembers, "So in character, I sort of said, 'What are you going to do?' Even before we started the shooting. I was still in character asking T-Bird what we were going to do, and just to get myself all revved up, he goes, 'Just follow me.' And I went, 'Okay.' And they yelled, 'Action!' And there was hundreds of extras, and he just barreled through these extras. It was like a mosh pit, and he was banging through, and they didn't know we were going to do that. It wasn't like he wasn't hurting people. He was like moshing with them. He landed on the floor, and I'm like pushing people away, and it was like this big free-for-all. It was amazing while we were filming." This was all the work of Alex Proyas, according to Randy LaFollette. I don't mean to keep going back to Propaganda, the music video and commercials company Proyas had worked for, but that kind of mentality, which I think that Alex Proyas felt very comfortable in, is kind of like that rock and roll, not rock and roll, but sort of Nine Inch Nails type visions. Wolski, Miranda, Chunky, Hughes had used a complicated combination of spinning and flashing lights operated from a central lighting board to transform the huge abandoned factory into the Club Trash. Strobe lights were placed high up in the building's shafts and pointed down at the crowd. Like disco effects, Claudio Miranda recalls. They simulate lightning. Then the text says, "From above, Alex McDowell hung spinning cages with siren lights inside." I don't know what siren lights are, but my first impulse is to assume they're referring to spinning lights as you would see on the top of a police car. Not lights that emit from a siren. Call in now if I'm wrong, please, and correct me. If you work in lighting and siren lights are a thing that have nothing to do with sound, please let me know. Claudio Miranda and Alex McDowell designed a new light specifically for this scene, which created a big shaft of light which looked like aircraft landing lights. They were like the barrel of a revolver, as Miranda described them. Like a six-shooter. Imagine like 6 chambers. So if you imagine that in a pattern. They made another light with 6 globes in a circle. Miranda says it was a big, huge shaft of lights. It was pretty gigantic. This light was hung from a stairway, moved around on the crowd like a spotlight. A great deal of the Crow's construction budget was spent at the cement factory. A few floors above Club Trash, another elaborate set was being constructed. For the most complex action scene in the movie, a large cement room was transformed into the imposing boardroom and living quarters of Top Dollar. Alex McDowell had contracted a local industrial metal art craftsman to make huge, bizarre metal furniture pieces. Most of the set was lit through the windows, with some additional lighting positioned outside in the large center area of the cement factory. The spot flashing and spinning lights would shine through the windows of Top Dollar's boardroom, giving the illusion that Top Dollar was perched above his club, able to observe the goings-on. Inside, the 6 globe lights, which Miranda had designed, hung in a row above the large boardroom table as part of the interior design. Miranda recalls the only other source actually in the office, source of light, meaning, was Top Dollar's sword cabinet. During the big shootout between Eric Draven and the entire gang of Top Dollar's thugs, Miranda created dramatic effects with his large spinning light. A 6-sided mirror barrel. It's about 6 feet wide, 2 feet diameter, and there's 6 mirrors. Alex Proyas, when he put the music in there, it really kind of looked great. And when Brandon is on the table and Skank is below, before he does the knife through the table, Although the location was fine from a creative point of view, it had no elevators. It was a tough place for the crew to work. Bob Rosen remembers, in order to get that sequence within the framework of our schedule, we shot very long hours at night. He knew the reality was the crew had to carry the vast amount of equipment up the many stairs into the cold, damp factory. Just the unpleasantness of that, together with the long hours, and lots of stunts and hundreds of bullet hits and bullet effects and all those things, that we knew. Perhaps to make light of the situation, Clyde Basie remarked, I got in pretty good shape there for a couple of weeks. In the shootout scene, Top Dollar rallies a large group of his underbosses for their yearly arson spree. When the superhuman Eric Draven crashes the powwow, a huge firefight ensues. Stunt coordinator Jeff Imada says, the shootout was pretty cool. The shootout was pretty fun to do. Brandon was doing acrobatics. He was doing the sword play. He did gun stuff. Brandon was easily able to do his acrobatic stunts in the scene, but his long coat could make it risky because it might get caught up or get stuck over his head. So for the flip over the big table, Jeff Imada brought up a stuntman. His name was Bob Brown, and Bob played himself in the shootout and then double Brandon. That was, again, a case of bringing somebody in specifically for two different things. Imada was confident going into this huge scene that the 20 stuntmen he hired were all good guys and very helpful, so I didn't have to explain every little thing to them because they were all experienced people. Nevertheless, Imada recalls blocking the scene was hectic. You suppose? You think? Some of the action was planned ahead of time, but because of the tight schedule and budget limitations, stuntmen arrived on the set with little time to spare or prepare. Imada recalls, by the time they'd come in, I'd show Alex everything we were going to do, and he'd say, oh, that's cool. And then we'd make the adjustments, and then we'd start shooting. The stunts were challenging, but the most dangerous part of the scene was the large arsenal of automatic weapons. We had one set there that had hundreds of bullet hits, says Imada. And we had them all on the walls, lined up. That was a shot. This gun battle was the big moment for J.B. Jones and his special effects crew. At the climax of the scene, Eric Draven, guns in both hands, jumps onto the boardroom table and the entire room opens fire. Explosive charges mounted in the walls, in the furniture, and on people's bodies were detonated to simulate bullet hits. Although they were loaded with blanks, Clyde Basie remembers the guns were very real. Machine guns, AK-47s, multitudes of ammo being fired at one time. Plus, you got special effects, those guys, and they're shooting spark balls and dust balls and everything all at the same time. The multiple camera angles involved was incredible. All the weapons on the Crow may have been owned by J.B. Jones's company, but Jones says the only thing that we handled or even messed with was when they have automatics on the set, because the fact is that it takes a special license for the automatics. According to this routine, Jones brought in licensed armorers to take care of the high-maintenance guns that are, he says, a pain in the neck to work. They work sometimes. They don't work sometimes. So they was tearing them up, tearing them down, cleaning them, and doing all that. From Miami, Jones brought in a specialist named John Patterson, while production department hired its own specialist, Jim Moyer, a local Wilmington ex-police officer. Automatic weapons must be altered to shoot blanks. Otherwise, the vacuum a real bullet creates, which loads the next round, is absent. But blanks may still be dangerous. Foreshadowing. The weapons expert's job was to make sure the blank rounds fired correctly and to clean the guns when they jammed. Safety precautions were carefully observed to make sure no one got too close to the weapons that discharged the cardboard wadding from the blanks at high speed and could easily put out an eye or even cause wounds. Angel David had to be exceptionally careful in this scene. Without a weapon, his character Skank, he says, had to run into one gun and the other gun's shooting. So I run the other direction and there's guns shooting in that direction. It was pandemonium. I had worked with guns before, so I knew that just because it was a film done with blanks doesn't mean that you could get in front of it. It projects. I understood that. The scene astonished Clyde Basie. I bet you can take a dumpster and fill it with the shells just from that one night. Standing off to the sidelines, just out of sight of camera, when all the firing took place, you could actually feel the percussion against your skin from all the guns going off at the same time. It was a really strange feeling. There's pages more about the filming of this whole shootout, and I highly recommend, once again, check out the book. Do it. If you care about the whole movie, check out the book. And let me just say something really quick. I put the movie on after reading this, and while I didn't watch the whole thing in one go, just the first 20 minutes of this film, holy shit, is it good. It's so far above and beyond a lot of corny action bullshit from the time. It's so far above and beyond most comic book movies, and it's so far above and beyond any like urban revenge fantasy I've ever seen. And this is not just some teenager thinking back on his youth, and trying to relive good times. I have movies in my collection that I have loved for many years and kept hard copies of because I refuse to just allow internet streaming services to dictate what I can and can't watch in this modern era. I'm talking stuff from The Third Man and Casablanca and Citizen Kane, through Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, through the Hellraiser series. I'm talking Mario Bava. I'm talking some modern superhero movies that I like a lot. As much as I don't like most of what Zack Snyder does, I still love his Watchmen adaptation, and I still love his Dawn of the Dead adaptation. Robert Rodriguez's films, a lot of fun 60s comedy from Britain, a lot of fun 60s horror from Britain, the Wild Bunch, Clint Eastwood movies, other great westerns like Tombstone, Young Guns. I'm not saying I love everything. I'm just trying to paint a picture of what I tend to enjoy. Kurosawa's films too. I've got about 4 of those. Lone Wolf and Cub, the series. I'm not into everything, but I'm into a certain amount of quality when it comes to genre storytelling, action, adventure, horror, gore, violence of a certain kind that has to make sense. Or if it doesn't make sense, at least it could be fun. And for all that, The Crow, I think, holds up really well as something heartfelt and something made with care, although the production was rushed and desperate and accident-prone, unfortunately, to a degree that shouldn't be acceptable. If you listen to my show enough, you know I'm always qualifying my opinion to you as a listener, as an audience member. I am not coming out as an authority in most things. I'm not proclaiming myself to be smarter than you or better than you or have more of a badass collection of shit than any other person. Many, many, many video files and cinephiles have collections and experience that dwarf my own experience. Just want you to know, you're talking to a guy that's got many seasons of 30 Rock, Monty Python's Flying Circus, and, I don't know, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I like fun. I like a good time. I like things on the darker side, yes, but I am not a person who wallows in gothness and teenage fantasy stuff for the sake of trying to feel young again. I think I said most of what I wanted to say. Thanks for listening. Now listen to more of my guitar demos that I have been too lazy to hammer into songs. And we'll talk more Nine Inch Nails. Oh, drink a glass of water. You need it. It's good for you. And then do something else nice for yourself. And if you can't fucking figure out a way to do that, do something nice really quick for somebody else, or make a note to do something nice for somebody else, all right? Send mom a nice text message or something if you can. Now, for more Nine Inch Nails interview content, I'm going to go to a 1996 February issue of Spin Magazine and You might be thinking, Jay, more Spin magazine. Good heavens, what's going on? Well, when it comes to Nine Inch Nails, during this whole first, 8 to 10 years, I mean, sure, there was Rolling Stone, but Rolling Stone was devoted to a lot of fashion, a lot of politics, a lot of, rock and rap, and a little bit of electronic music here every now and then. But Spin was the magazine that was really focused on multiple genres of popular music at the time that kind of meant something and would take their time interviewing, up and coming artists as well as established artists, and really put everything that they could into it. It seems like, and I'm saying this retrospectively, doing research now, like I wasn't hip and reading all these. I was reading guitar magazines or whatever, and not being smart enough to absorb most of the lessons in the guitar magazines. But there's really, no better repository for quotes from Trent Reznor that I can find right now, barring going and purchasing physical copies of Musician or Keyboard magazine. This is actually kind of a treasure trove here. Like Trent, I'm getting Trent actually talking about going on tour and doing shit with people in other bands and, partying, such as it is for his version of it. And you can get a feel for the sort of interviewers trying to maybe shame him for that. Oh, you're doing rock and roll things backstage. That's so unhip, and I'm not gonna, again, like I've said in previous sort of iterations of this approach, I'm not gonna just read you the whole interview. You can check it out in a link in the description if you want to read the whole thing, or look it up on Google Books. February 1996, Spin magazine. The interviewer mentions, "Oh, I'm hanging out with you and your entourage. There's this whole rock and roll throwback lifestyle happening," as if that lifestyle wasn't happening at the time in the 90s with lots of other people. Trent says, "I'm the guy. If someone calls me at 3 a.m, hey, come do something. No. Come on. All right. Why not? I'd like to bow out, thinking, hey, I did that. I tried that. I experienced that. I wasn't afraid. Rather than sit in the back room with a fucking towel over my head, I want to be around it, absorb, consume. When I get off the road, I'm not good at making tons of friends. I'm not great at entertaining people. When I'm doing a record, I don't ever go out. The real me gets up at a regular kind of schedule, writes music, and doesn't party all the time. On the road, I adopt a certain kind of mentality. A lot of it is juvenile, but it's also about staying sane in an insane situation. It's politically incorrect these days in the alternative world to indulge and have fun in the touring situation. Certain camps, like Courtney Love's, like to say we're a horrible, ridiculous throwback to cock rock bullshit. That's not what we're about. But at the same time, if there's fun to be had, why not? Nobody gets hurt, and I'm not going to be doing this forever. If you want to look up Trent Reznor and Courtney Love, there's a lot out there, including notes in the Self-Destruct book that I referenced earlier in the episode, that I didn't feel like reading or repeating. There's a lot of, there was many years before the modern era of social media. Courtney Love was like a rock and roll provocateur, whatever bad faith sort of political, mean-spirited person you can think of today. Think of a rock and roll version of that. Just like a constantly trashed, constantly attention-grabbing, any publicity is good publicity. I'm going to talk shit about anyone that I've met if I don't like them. And I'm going to say things that are probably unsubstantiated. And when articles come out about me, I'm going to, say that it was all bullshit. When I've consented to interviews, with journalists, and then those interviews are printed, I'm going to say it's all bullshit, all that kind of stuff. I mean, there but for the grace of God goes someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Milo Yiannopoulos, you know, in reverse. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably not. But let's say take those kind of personalities in the modern day, now put them back in time before social media, put a guitar in their hand and some songs in their brains and a lot of experience running around Hollywood and lots of different scenes and lots of different bands. You know, Courtney Love didn't come from nowhere. She had been through a lot of stuff. Anyway, there's a lot of he said, she said stuff, I guess, is what it is. What's funny to me reading that last quote is like when you say cock rock bullshit in the 90s, that's what people still say about Pearl Jam, even though Pearl Jam were never like hard partying, misogynist, groupie baiting rock and roll. There's still people I see today, well, probably cranky old people in comment threads and stuff that don't like seeing the mention of Pearl Jam alongside other alternative rock or Seattle rock bands from the early 1990s because it's so offensive to them. I don't know, because they had wah-wah guitar solos that were kind of like Aerosmithy. I don't know. The interviewer talks about being horrified by the Jim Rose after show party, women competing in enema contests and so much and such, you know. But this is not something the interviewer actually experienced. It was something that Trent had told the interviewer about. This is the kind of thing that went on every night after the show at Lollapalooza, like 1991. If you're not familiar with the Jim Rose Circus Sideshow, I think they were on Lollapalooza 91 and 92, if I'm not mistaken. Call in if I'm wrong. Correct me, please. But yeah, they did some crazy, physically horrific stuff all the time. And at a lot of the Lollapalooza shows, they couldn't do it on stage because it was like an outdoor, all ages thing. But they were famous for lots of, you know, sort of body mutilation stunts and stuff. At, you know, at theater shows or club shows or whatever. They made a good run for quite a while, you know, doing lots of like being either their own headliner or an opening act for larger rock bands in the 90s for sure. So let me make sure I get this setup correct. You can say that's not different from wanting to stay late and party, but are people drawn to be around celebrities at any cost really willing participants? Trent says, remember, you got to put this in the context of what's going on. It's not 10 guys waiting to date rape drunk groupies. That is not at all the situation. Lifto, this is a performer. If there's no kids around, look up Mr. Lifto from the Jim Rose Circus. He can't do his lift and iron with his dick trick on stage. Like, he did things with his penis piercings that you wouldn't believe. And like lifted cinder blocks with his nipples. So he can't wait to do this for me backstage. He's walking around with his dick that long, naked. There's 20 drunk people sitting in the room. It's a party atmosphere. I walk in, and they've got this stun gun out. Pretty soon, 20 girls are getting shocked in the butt, and another guy gets his dick ring shocked with it. That's the kind of vibe we're talking about. Outperform the performance artists. That's where it turns into the dare of who's going to get more gross than the next person. Where does that leave you? It doesn't seem from your personality and your behavior that you're one of the participants. I'm not getting shocked. It wasn't me sitting over a bowl of Fruit Loops. It's a specific reference to things that they were doing backstage with Fruit Loops. I'm much more a voyeur. It's more fun than riding the bus back to the hotel or sitting in a bar with 500 people wanting your autograph while you're trying to relax. On the Bowie tour, his band hung around in our dressing room all the time. They didn't want to sit around reading poetry and talking about fucking German art movies. They wanted to hang out. The interviewer asks him, you know, how'd you go from being from rural Pennsylvania to the party option at a David Bowie tour? What was the musical process? And I applaud that part of the question. When I was 5, I got forced into taking piano lessons. Just like everybody I know, speaking as your narrator, who had friends that were 5 that could now play piano amazingly. No 5-year-old kid wants piano lessons. They all gripe about it all the time. And they're much better off than all other musicians ever that weren't forced into taking piano lessons. It came really naturally to me. Knowing that I was good at something played an important role in my confidence. I was always shy, uncomfortable around people. I slipped by, but with music, I didn't. I got into bands. I studied trumpet and saxophone a little bit. It got to the point where my teacher was like, "You can be a concert pianist." But the last thing I wanted to hear at age 15 is, "Well, you're not fitting in now. How about dropping out of school, studying all the time, and becoming a concert pianist?" It sounds like penis. Even earlier, Kiss had changed my world. It seemed evil and scary. The embodiment of rebelliousness when you're age 12 and starting to get hair on your balls. Also, my dad, who I'd not lived with since I was 5, got me an electric piano. He had a little music store that sold acoustic instruments in the back room, where me and a couple of other guys started jamming in terrible garage bands. I realized that music wasn't all about learning a piece on the piano. Then they ask him if he'd ever felt snobbery towards rock. And he says, no, on piano I had a fairly knowledgeable database of theory. But I started fucking around with guitar, and I was never good at guitar. I'm still not good at it. I took lessons off my dad for a couple of months and then said, look, I'd rather just fuck around on it and not know. This is the best interview with Trent Reznor I've ever read. Oh, my God. I still only know 2 bar chords, but I don't care. The naivete with which you approach an instrument can lead to interesting results versus the schooled, you can't do that. They ask him if punk was an influence. No, you have to understand. I was in a geographical area whereby the time I'd hear something, it was already dead. Let me say that again because I was getting clumsy there while enjoying the words. I was in a geographical area where by the time I'd hear something, it was already dead. There was no college radio. There were no alternative record stores. There was no independent anything. There was no MTV. There was nothing. My world was comic books and science fiction shit, scary movies, whatever I could absorb. And it kind of ingrained in me this idea of escape from Pennsylvania. They ask what the first rock band he ever played in was. He says, option 30. That was actually about 1/3 originals, 2/3 covers, from Elvis Costello to Wang Chung. For what it's worth, Wang Chung put a record out before the Dance Hall Days record, when they spelled their name differently. Huang Chung. All guitar, bass, drums. Still a good record. He goes on to talk about getting his first synthesizer, and it was a really cheap Moog model that he begged his parents for, and now he's like, now I can play just what I need to buy the cars. Woo, woo, woo. That's in there. That's in the text. When that kind of explosion of synth music came around in the early 80s, it was really just exciting. Sequencers were coming out. I was going to college for computer engineering, and I thought, I love music. I love keyboard instruments. Maybe I can get into synthesizer design. The excitement of hearing a Human League track and thinking, that's all machines, there's no drummer. That was my calling. It wasn't the Sex Pistols. He talks about dropping out of college, which would have been in 84. Kind of fucked off for a year, lived with his dad out in the woods, and played in cover bands, $300 a week. The most whorish part of my career so far. I played keyboards and sang. My destiny was lounge band. Then he moved to Cleveland, joins Exotic Birds. We've talked about that previously. Hadn't written anything of his own really at that point. Never written a song. He was very afraid to do so. I always had an excuse not to do it. One day I woke up and said, you're 23 years old. What the fuck are you doing? Shit or get off the pot. So I quit Exotic Birds and got this job doing odds and ends at a studio. I made a pact with myself. I've been getting high a lot. I was turning into what I never wanted to be. So I started this experiment. What would happen if every ounce of my energy went into something? Because I'd never busted my ass. I eventually had no excuse for not actually trying to write something. My very first song was Down in It. At the time, I was really into Ministry and Skinny Puppy. In fact, Skinny Puppy's Dig It was the impetus for Down in It. I'm not ashamed to admit. Finally, I was hearing bands that were using electronics, and they didn't sound like Howard Jones or Reflex. They had all this fucking aggression and tension that the hardest of heavy metal or punk had. but they were using tools I understood. And it seemed more interesting because this music couldn't have been made 5 years ago, let alone 20. It was based on tools that were now. Interviewer points out that unlike Ministry or Skinny Puppy, his lyrics were confessional. And they kind of wind him up and kind of butter him up by saying, you sounded like a rock star from the beginning. He says, it was all stuff out of his journal. It wasn't a character singing lyrics. It was his guts in a song. I still think about that sometimes. Now, Pretty Hate Machine has sold a ton of copies, and I'm dismissed by some as a caricature or a cartoon. But when I wrote this thing, that wasn't a character singing. And I didn't know if I wanted people to know that much about me. So anyone listening out there, if you're scared of revealing too much of yourself in a creation, think about that. Think about that moment where you have nothing to lose, possibly something to gain. Get uncomfortable. I'm sure this sounds strange to lots of people in this social media era where everyone is constantly going on like some live video platform and just expressing every stupid thought they've had since breakfast this morning about themselves and people they're dating and politics and but please, if you're a creative person and you're hearing this and you're wondering which way you should go with a song or a painting or a podcast or a video idea or anything, just try the thing that makes you less comfortable, and you can always delete it later, Talking about the recording of Pretty Hate Machine, he says, we had 1 month in England to do practically the whole album. John Fryer, the producer, and I didn't hit it off. Yeah, we've talked about that. But the part we haven't talked about is what he was feeling and doing while he was there when not in the studio. Because apparently he's incredibly frustrated by having to take the weekends off of recording because the producer, he says, is a normal guy. And he says, by the second week there, I was dreading weekends. I didn't know one person in England. And I'm not the kind of guy who could ever go to a club in another country by myself. Take note of that, introverts and people with social anxiety. This man is a freaking genius and a huge star and a person who changed modern culture pretty much all by himself. Granted, if certain other people didn't give him the distribution and the budget and the power to make videos and tour, it wouldn't have happened the same way it did. But, this is a guy that's too shy and insecure at the time to go to a club in England alone to show up by himself on a weekend. All right? I mean, I've known women and probably men that would murder 7 school buses filled with innocent children to bang this guy at that age that he was recording Pretty Hate Machine. Pasty, zero body fat, Trent Reznor, all insecure and shy in England all by himself. They would have pounced on this guy. They would have given him a concussion, whacking their tits against his little face. They had the chance. Just for perspective, people. Anyway, he says he starts getting bummed out, thinking, I've got 2 more days and nothing to do. I'm staying in this shitty little flat. It's cold. Here's the fucking icing on the cake. Before I decided I was going to stop my life and do this, I had this really great ex-girlfriend. Let's call her Patty. Right before I left to do this record, I saw her at a club, and she looked better than I ever remembered. We had a nice little talk. So the whole time I'm gone, while there was nothing else to think about, I started thinking about her. When I get back, I've got to make this happen. So it's a Friday. I've got a full week ahead of me, and I'm ready to tell John, Malm, hey, try to get her number, because I need to talk to her. In the middle of the conversation, he goes, oh, by the way, I saw Patty last night. Oh, you did? How is she? He said, man, you'll never guess what. What? She's pregnant and she's getting married. I literally thought, God, fuck you. You got me, you fucker. I get back to the States and the label tells me, hey, by the way, this record is a piece of shit. So the next part of this interview is the bit that we've already talked about. The Todd Rundgren comparison, the Nitzer Ebb mention, what he wants to do live to be not like Bowie with 15 people in a horn section. He says, after much experimentation and trying to find the right people, I thought we'll get a drummer, guitar player, keyboard player, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he talks about the fact that, like, when he did the record, Pretty Hate Machine was about juxtaposing human imperfections against a very rigid, sterile, cold arrangements. You can't have icy vocals over icy music. If the music is very precise, make a vocal tape that's less perfect. So you've got this meshing of man versus machine. That goes back to a quote from, I think it was our previous episode, about how he would do only 2 takes of a vocal and then commit it. And even though it might sound bad or out of tune. That's why he had the awareness to know that, like, everything I've done so far on the bed that I'm singing on top of is too cold and precise to just have a very cold and precise vocal over. That's why he broke through with this album. That's why people that couldn't get into lots of other industrial bands or all electronic sort of bands could get into Nine Inch Nails. There's a vulnerability there that wasn't in lots of other pop music or rock music in the voice, let alone in industrial music or electronic music at that time. So now there's mention of Patrick making the Filter record, and the interviewer says it's a Nine Inch Nails sounding record at that. I should say that, you know, was it Richard Patrick was in the, what's it called, Sidemen or Hired Guns documentary, being real cranky about having been in Nine Inch Nails. And then he's in other interviews saying, you know, that I've referenced in these episodes, saying, you know, well, Trent just decided he's going to move to New Orleans after the Pretty Hate Machine tour and build a studio or something. And I'm like, what about me? And he's like, well, go fucking write a record, man. And he felt betrayed, supposedly. But in that book, Self-Destruct, there's a lengthy section that I didn't read from with him and his cohort talking about the break with Reznor and them saying, oh, we were dissatisfied after the tour. We wanted to move on and do something different that wasn't what Trent wanted. And we had to be our own person. And we made the choice to do this because it was a bad situation for us. And we became friends and, you know, we kind of wanted to build on what we were creating, which I think is totally justified. I don't think the cranky attitude he had is just like he was playing in cover bands, or sorry, not cover bands, playing in local bands around Cleveland, Ohio, and he got an international touring gig from a guy who wrote a whole album by himself and secured a record deal by himself, and then was like, yeah, I'm not taking care of you forever. This tour cycle is over. I need to creatively pick up and start fresh somewhere else. And then there's this take on it from Trent. I said, Rich was this friend, and he played in the band for a while. Pretty good guy. We were going to work on Downward Spiral together, but he wanted to be the guy that got recognized for writing the songs and singing. I didn't realize his real agenda was to have a way out to LA to get a record deal for himself. Could be. That could be it as well. It could be that he stuck around in Nine Inch Nails just long enough to get out to Southern California and start working on Downward Spiral, and then just go, this ain't working for me, man. He goes on to say, there has been a drunken phone call to me to say hello, and then asking an ex-girlfriend of mine out on a date. Well, Trent, that sounds a little bit petty. You've got a lot of, you must have a lot of ex-girlfriends out there, for crying out loud. I mean, Tori Amos and Courtney Love are your ex-girlfriends. Can you fault the guy for maybe having a thing for somebody that's at least not that notable or famous? I mean, I'm assuming he's not talking about Tori Amos or Courtney Love. Maybe he's talking about Patty from Cleveland, Ohio. I don't know. So some more quotes from this end up in that book that we referenced. And I'm surprised they didn't use more of it, actually. He says, off stage, I'm always trying to be nice to everyone. Try not to be Let's say you really respect somebody and finally you get a chance to talk with them and they're a dick. I'm so aware of that and I overcompensate. I know what it's like to be a fan, but it's not really how I want to act. You know what I mean? I've just finished a fucking show. I don't care that you want to kill yourself. I'm sorry. Too bad. No, don't give me your poetry. And no, I don't want to go and do drugs. And the interviewer mentions, but the you that's on stage doesn't have to be that nice. He's like, no, he can do whatever he wants. There's this weird kind of energy that just pops up when we do a show. There's a level of connection that starts to happen. Something about looking out and seeing a bunch of kids screaming back a lyric that at one point meant everything to you. Pink Floyd's The Wall changed my life when I was growing up. Even if I didn't have any idea what they were really talking about, I probably listened to that record a million times. Even now, the alienation factor. Man, someone else went through that. I think I see some of that vibe in people with our stuff. And that makes me feel pretty good. The conversation moves on to his, the differences between his three records. And he says they all have different focal points or viewpoints. Broken's central theme is self-loathing. Downward Spiral is him searching for some kind of self-awareness. Pretty Hate Machine is him depressed by everything around him. He says, but I still like myself. I've still got myself. On Broken, I've lost myself. Nothing's better, and I want to die. Downward Spiral was searching for the core by stripping away all the different layers. But live, the lines aren't as clear-cut. Mentioning the first Lollapalooza tour, he says, the entertainment factor of our show got proven at Lollapalooza. We filtered into mall culture a little bit. For a while, it was trendy to like our band. Then that quickly got dismissed because the little sister of the trendy person started wearing a Nine Inch Nails t-shirt, and then we weren't cool anymore. He says, aside from Henry Rollins deciding he hated me, it was really cool, that tour. Particularly as a fan of Jane's Addiction. I'd seen them when they first started touring on Nothing's Shocking in small clubs in Cleveland, and I could not believe how good it was. It kicked my ass. He talks about being freaked out about, these other musicians now being his peers. And he's like, yeah, what do I really have to talk to Susie about? All right, now it is time to discuss the details of Brandon Lee's accidental death on the set of The Crow. And I'm sorry that I can't delve into so many other aspects of the filming of the movie right now. This episode is already huge. There's a lot of detailed information in the book, The Making of The Crow. I highly recommend going and getting it or reading it on archive.org if you want to do a little Control F searches while you still can. I know there's a whole legal case pending about what they're going to have to take down from that website sometime soon. It's been like a 2-year lawsuit, which personally, I guess I understand these 4 major publishers wanting their materials pulled down. But a lot of these books are, a ton of these books that I see scanned in are from libraries that have gotten rid of these books. They are stamped like this is not, this is not usable, or this is not being used, or this is no longer a part of the library, blah, blah, blah. I think I could see it being reasonable. Like, hey, if our book is still in the New York Times top 200, or if it's 10 years old or less, keep it off the archive. That's fine. But I think there's like at least 2 million publications they want taken down. I don't know what's going to happen. But I'm saying all this just to tell you, go look at this book. As of now, you can also download for free the official studio released making of the film sort of, book that's much, much shorter, much more image heavy and beautiful photos and all that stuff. But there's a few really detailed chapters on the making of the film in general, the stunt work, all kinds of stuff. So if I get into that, this is going to go on forever. And I think, you should check it out yourself. I may do more later, but if I keep going like this, I'll never get this episode out or this series done. So I'm going to cut to the scene where Skank, Tintin, and Funboy break into Eric and Shelley's loft apartment and start attacking Shelley. And Eric comes in with a bag of groceries and gets shot. Now, if I were to explain this simply, and I think I should, because I want to get into detail about how this happened and what took place afterwards. But for anyone that wants to know right up front in a simple and easy way to explain it, by the time the crew is at the point where they're shooting this pivotal scene where Eric Draven, in his living human form, gets murdered before he comes back as the Crow. There are 2 different units of people filming with the same gun. And there's one guy creating prop bullets, rounds, whatever you want to call them, cartridges, for different applications. This is the core of the issue. No separation between the teams using one gun for multiple kinds of prop bullets. And you might not immediately think, why is that an issue? Well, instead of buying the gear that they're going to use for blanks, the guns that just make the noise and the big flashbang that people like to see on in cameras, make look very explosive, they're making them in-house with just regular slugs that the one guy is putting gunpowder in. He's also the guy making the dummy slugs. Those are not used to sort of like fire in an action scene so much as they are for close-ups of the front of the gun so you can see that it's loaded. Or any scene where an actor is actively loading a gun. Those have to have the bullet, the cap on the end, the projectile, but nothing to project it to keep things safe, right? The blanks that go off and make the big loud noise and the big flashy, sparkle at the end of the gun barrel, those are loaded with a different kind of powder than you would have in a standard bullet anyway. It's a lot more forceful, it's a lot brighter, and it's a lot louder. From what I've read, at some point, there had to have been a mix-up between the 2 different supplies of fake bullets, where one dummy, the slug, the bullet part, the cap part, was placed onto a shell casing that had either some residual gunpowder in it or a measured amount that was, it's referred to in the text as a quarter measure of gunpowder. For whatever reason, I still don't understand why they have anything less than full, but apparently there are applications for that. Either that, or there was, there was enough projection coming from the firing pin of the gun hitting the primer in the back of the bullet shell casing to pop the dummy slug off of the edge of the casing, and it whatever it was, there was enough force in the dry firing of this gun filled with dummy bullets in a scene that this slug pops off the rest of the bullet casing, and it just lodges itself kind of maybe diagonally wedged into the barrel of the very real gun that two different teams are using to shoot for two different kinds of scenes. That gun gets put in a truck. A couple weeks later, someone from the crew that's going to be using it to fire blanks, big, loud, flashy blanks in the violent scene, picks up the gun, puts the big, loud blanks with the black powder in it, and they go to town. There's at least 3 different points along this chain after the bullet gets lodged in there that at least it seems 3 different people should have, as a matter of procedure, checked the barrel of the gun to make sure it was clean. They didn't have anyone there to maintain the guns, as we'll find out later. The guy that's loaning them his own personal gun collection, it's just up to him to show up every now and then and maybe take a look at his own stuff and maintain it because nobody else is. That's the basic core of the problem. And I have to say that there's so much detail in the research of this book. There's like 5 different people being interviewed about one aspect of the scene, whether or not the actor playing Fun Boy needed to point the gun at Brandon when he pulled the trigger. You know, like half the people say he was instructed to do that, and it wouldn't have worked in the shot if he didn't. It wouldn't have come visually. It would have been obvious that he was pointing in the wrong direction if he had done something a little bit more safe and pointed away from Brandon. Other people say, no, if you look at the rehearsal footage, it's clear that wasn't necessary. You could just pull the trigger from wherever in view of the camera, and it wasn't going to show Eric Draven's, body in the right position anyway. He didn't have to do it that way. So there's also a lot of other complications that don't directly make his death an inevitable thing, that are explored, the different kinds of stunts or the changes to the story. Who was going to pull the trigger on the gun initially? It was going to be a different actor, but he's like, no, I'm the knife guy. I wouldn't use a gun on him. The one of the stunt people originally was ready with a knife harness, a rig to strap on to Eric's chest because he was supposed to get stabbed to death. That was rewritten at the last minute. And there's a lot of comments from Jeff Most, who's frustrated because he was banned from the set of the movie at this point because of his clashing with Alex Proyas and David Shaw. So a lot of things that he says people were talking about are not substantiated by other people that were on the set. He says that he heard people talking, or they had told him stories leading up to the death about certain things that other folks do not corroborate. So the thing is, if they hadn't gone for a gunshot, yes, Eric, Brandon Lee would most likely still be alive. But really, it's the nature of any deadly accident. It's no one's direct fault. You can't just put the blame on any one person. It was a confluence of different factors that led to this. One of the things that's presented that seems to be a red herring is that, he had this last minute conversation with the guy outside the door in that little set about hey man, they're going to be knocking all your shit around in there and molesting your girlfriend. How are you going to walk in holding groceries, thinking everything's cool? And Brandon Lee was like, oh, good point. And he goes and he gets a Walkman and he's like, I'm going to listen to music. I'll walk in rocking and rolling, And there's this sort of unneeded, I think, implication in the book that led to him having headphones on the whole time listening to music leading up to when they said action might be a complicating factor. I don't really get that, but it's not that it's stated that it should be, but there's so much detail in this book. They even talk to the young woman who was making sure he's prepped and ready to go, and he doesn't hear her because he's got the headphones in listening to music, and she's snapping his face hey, what's going on? Don't you need earplugs? There's going to be a big loud bang. There's a charge now, and you need to protect your ears. He's like, oh, don't worry. I've got headphones on. I don't need it. I don't need your ear protection. So I want to read straight from the text now. You're going to hear a lot of names that you don't recognize. That's fine. They're members of the crew. that have been introduced earlier in this chapter or earlier in this book. And you can check out the book and give the author some much-deserved money, I think, if you want. Or, like I said, go to archive.org while it's still up there. So, Chapter 18, Confusion. Thinking back to what exactly did happen, Angel David recalls that Brandon walked in, and I'm holding Shelley and dealing with her. I was looking at her. I wasn't looking at the situation, and things were flying around. Because, like, the guys are smashing shit up in the room. It's like Alex Proyas wants this to be, like, total chaos and really violent. And I think that's why this scene is so disturbing. It was then. It still is now. I am 30 years older, roughly, than I was when I first saw it. And I tell you what, man, getting older and having lots of life experience with other people's stories of abuse and witnessing the actions of abusive people, this stuff doesn't get easier to watch when it's very effectively shot in a movie as moving as this one is. I was looking at her, yada yada yada. Just like we rehearsed it, you heard the bang, Brandon fell, and there was a little pause and cut. As rehearsed, Michael Massey had waved the .44 Magnum around and fired a single shot. But before Alex Proyas had yelled cut, the actors playing the thugs had to react for a few seconds to Eric Draven's wounded body. It was just a continuation of what we were doing, Angel David thought. And I think the characters were getting a kick out of what happened. And the fact that we were all improvising in character. It was a few seconds before cut because Alex wanted to get that. Lawrence Mason said that we laughed as he's on his back. They yelled cut. Everybody milled about. I noticed he didn't get up. Robert Zuckerman saw the whole scene through a wide-angle lens in his still camera. He noticed only that Brandon fell in a different way than he did during rehearsal, and my eye, through my viewfinder, remained on Funboy because he had dialogue in the opposite direction. It wasn't until they yelled cut that Brandon didn't get up. That was maybe like 5 or 10 seconds later. Ariane Phillips, looking to see how her costume played in the scene, heard this sound that those guns make, the fake guns. It was like a pop sound. And Brandon went down. And I thought it was acting, like it was the longest second in the world. It was like one of those things where everything just stops around you and you are in this weird space. And he goes down, and all of a sudden I realize Michelle Johnson was still learning to crochet with her blue yarn and had completed about 6 inches of it. I was just sitting there frozen. We were sitting on the couch, part of the set, and when that kind of happened, our needles, our yarn, and I mean, you just froze. Although Johnson was not watching that closely, she instantly sensed that there was something wrong with the way Brandon fell. It was like in slow motion. I mean, he was trying to say something. And it was like, he's not acting. There's something wrong. Clyde Basie was conscious of the moment when everything seemed to go wrong. Everything was just like it should have been, but the only difference was when Brandon fell backwards. He said, cut. It wasn't cut. It was like, cut. Robert Zuckerman heard other people say that. They noticed, which I didn't notice. But they had said they noticed Brandon making like a hand gesture across his throat, like cut, cut, and then fell down after that. I think he must have lost consciousness right then. Michelle Johnson heard people were already saying stuff like, no, there's something wrong, stop it. So some people did notice. At first, some people thought that Brandon had changed the action and was fooling around. Sophia Shyness thought this was simply a terrific piece of acting as she saw him fall. And I believe Sophia is the woman who plays Shelley. Like a little puppet, when someone drops the strings, it's like a marionette when they drop the strings. It just slowly goes like that. I'd never seen anything like it. I just remember thinking, wow, what a great actor. This is so theatrical. Angel David remembered like turning and seeing Brandon. He didn't fall forward. He fell backwards. In rehearsal, it was forward. And then there was kind of a pause after every take. People do that when they have to do reset and all that. And Brandon hadn't gotten up, and I think people thought he was kidding around. Lance Anderson's view was that Brandon was just acting and everybody thought he was just acting. Immediately after Alex Proyas called cut, Jeff Imada, who's the stunt supervisor, old friend of Brandon's, by the way, from back in Brandon's early days of training in martial arts as a very young man. They drifted apart for years and then just somehow, inevitably, because they're working in martial arts, Hollywood circles, ended up coming together and being reunited on this film. Jeff Imada went over to Brandon because he had seen immediately that this was different than what we had rehearsed and talked about. And I thought, okay, Brandon has been known to change things on the spur of the moment and do something different because the character maybe changes. He ended up doing a little spin and coming down on the ground. We had rehearsed him falling to his knees and falling forward. And he ended up sitting against the wall. And I thought, okay, he's fooling around. He'll do that for a take or two for rehearsal, and he'll start cracking up. My initial reaction was he was fooling around, and so I started talking to him. Hey, Brandon, that was different. And then I went, something's wrong here. Angel David saw it almost as a movie. It all became like sort of slow motion after that. And Lawrence Mason was wondering why he was still laying on his ass. Brandon had ended up against the wall on the floor. This was not remotely like the position arranged in the blocking or the position he had fallen in during rehearsals. Lance Anderson noticed that he went down in almost like a sitting position. He was like sitting, and that's where he stayed. Brandon's reputation for kidding was such that although he had fallen in a strange way, even Clyde Basie couldn't be sure that something really was wrong with him. But he went over to check anyway, just like I had done so many times before. Brandon, are you okay? And most of the time I got a snide remark. Leave me alone, go away, or whatever the case may be. This time he just had a stare off into space and didn't say anything. And I asked him again if he was okay, and he still didn't say anything. I reached up and shook him a little bit in case he was dazed from hitting the wall when he went backwards. Once Jeff Imada realized that Brandon was somehow injured, his initial thought was maybe he hit his head or something against the wall. We didn't know what happened. I don't know how much detail I want to go into, but the medic and I worked on him. I remember seeing people just totally frozen in their places while we were working on him, and we were trying to find out what was wrong. We didn't know if it was something that went wrong with the squib in the bag. Clyde Basie's initial concern was with Brandon's injury. It was more from his fall backwards more than it was the actual gunshot. What was interesting about Basie's close proximity to the accident was that he had information not usually available to paramedics, who see only the results of an accident, but have no real details about what exactly has happened. Basie was highly conscious of this problem from previous work as a paramedic. The one thing you do not get a chance to see in the aftermath of a car accident or fall or whatever the case may be is exactly what the mechanism of injury is. A lot of times a person's injury is threefold. Person gets hit by a car. Not only do they sustain the injury from the impact of the vehicle to the body, but then again when they bounce off the windshield of the vehicle, and then when they hit the ground again. So they're actually injured 3 times, not just 1 time. And in hospital care, you do not get to see that. You only see the aftermath of a person with broken legs, busted ribs, head injury, whatever the case may be. But the extraordinary thing was that despite being so close to the accident and seeing everything that had happened on the set, the obvious explanation was the last one to occur to Clyde Basie or anyone else there. So Basie began to go through the usual routine in cases of this kind. First, I shook him. I tried it with verbal stimulation. Nothing worked. Then I tried with the painful stimulation, which would be a sternum rub or a pinch or anything like that is what it amounts to. Didn't elicit any kind of response, verbally or with motion. He didn't flinch back from it or anything like that. Basie now knew Brandon Lee was unconscious and in some kind of serious trouble. Ariane Phillips thinks everyone wasn't sure at first. There was a moment of not being sure, and then there was some kind of commotion, and I was standing there, and we realized something was wrong. You know, the paramedic was there initially, and they start, everyone out of the room, and I didn't move. It was like my feet were glued, and I was just staring at him. Jeff Imada saw that Brandon was unconscious the whole time, just heavy breathing. The set medic continued his examination of Brandon, laying him down on the floor, first trying to see if there was something wrong with his neck. He was in a sitting position, laid back in the corner. So my first intuition thought was his injury he sustained at that time did not result from the squib. It didn't result from the gun, but as a result of the fall. Possible cervical injury or spinal injury or head injury from hitting his head on the wall. Unlikely, but it could have happened. So I was more inclined to go that route and then rule out once I had found anything different. We stabilized his cervical spine, got him on the floor, and started pulling clothes. Once the medic had no response from Brandon, he began to evaluate his vital signs. At first, he found he had a regular pulse. I knew without actually taking the blood pressure. But Brandon's pulse was to degenerate rapidly and alarmingly. Within 2 or 3 minutes, Basie found. When I checked it again, it was absent. Clyde Basie's checks revealed that his initial blood pressure was way, way low. Very scary low. Fatally low, let's put it that way. But Basie was still unsure of the significance of the low blood pressure. I still suspected spinal injury because a lot of times with a spinal injury, you can develop what's called spinal shock, which is no blood pressure, plenty of volume. There's plenty of blood in the system. It's just because of the damage to the nerve vessels themselves. The body doesn't react the way it normally should. It's more or less like the pump is going bad rather than the volume not being there, as in a bleeding wound. The bleeding wound, the heart is still pumping, but there's nothing to pump. But at this point, Basie couldn't tell if the heart was working or not. And what Basie did know of Brandon's condition at this point was completely perplexing. One of the major reasons that nobody suspected the obvious cause of Brandon's condition was that he was not apparently bleeding anywhere. Furthermore, there was fake blood from the squibbed bag to add to the confusion. They were soon to make a surprising and disturbing discovery. Clyde Basie says, there was nothing to demonstrate that he was bleeding out. There was no open wound anywhere for anybody to see that he was bleeding out. So we started removing his clothes. That's when we found the t-shirt had a hole in it. He had a t-shirt on underneath his jacket and his pants, but wardrobe was standing outside. Is this hole in the t-shirt supposed to be there? There was no blood on it or anything. It's just a hole. Daryl said, no, the t-shirt was perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with it. Lance Anderson watched as they opened Brandon's shirt. There was just a tiny little, looked like a tiny little slit. No blood came out of it or anything. It looked like a little scratch. No blood, no nothing, right in the sternum area. Jeff Yamada was as puzzled as everyone else because he says the squib was in the bag and the costume had blood on it already, so it would be revealed when he dropped the bag. People at first were saying, oh, there's blood here. I go, no, it's the fake blood. That was from before. Clyde Basie had now found about an 8 to 10 millimeter size diameter hole in his above abdomen, about 1 inch below his umbilicus or below the navel. There's no bleeding there. Again, nobody drew the obvious conclusion about the source of Brandon's injuries. Jeff Yamada didn't think it was obviously a projectile. We didn't know what it was at first. And then we thought, well, maybe there was something. We didn't know how it happened from the bag or where. Lance Anderson figured the problem had to be with the squib. I think the first impression was that the squib in the bag, the impact of the squib in the bag blew against him instead of blowing out, blew the wrong way or something. That's what I thought. And I never dreamed that it came from the gun. I thought that it came from the bag. From what she heard, Ariane Phillips gathered that they were ripping his clothes off of him, checking his vital signs, and his stomach as well. I later found out he was internally hemorrhaging, but his stomach blew up. Clyde Basie had finally come to a very surprising conclusion. I determined that what we had was not a cervical injury, but more of a possibly a gunshot wound. Still not sure that's what it was, but it was leading more toward having occurred because it was a round hole. There was no powder burns or burn around the entrance hole, so that eliminated the squib. Because if there had been a squib, he would have had a burn right there in that area. So I determined it wasn't a squib burn and had to be something else that caused the puncture. And then what follows in the text is a lot of reactions of crew members and people talking to people and an ambulance getting called and who's getting the message about what's happening, who's talking on a walkie-talkie, who's being told to stop work and take a break. Now it's about 15 minutes before paramedics arrive with an ambulance. And Brandon is getting more pale. His lips are turning blue. And, They're worried about him not breathing. Clyde Basie decides to give him a tracheotomy. They saw his face, had turned gray, and they don't have much else to think other than, he's dead, but they still have to try. Meanwhile, gunshots go off in the next room because they're test firing the gun, the prop master is, that was used in the scene to, I don't know, see if anything comes out of it, I suppose, or maybe show somebody that it's functioning normally. Now, this isn't LA, this is not Hollywood, this is not New York, it's not a major metropolitan area where there's lots of hospitals and easy access to the set for an ambulance or medics to get in. This is in Wilmington, North Carolina, and it is a ways away from the nearest hospital. And it's not easy access for the ambulance to get to where they are on the set. When they do get there, they ask Basie what he's done so far. He explains all the things that they've tried, and he suggests they set up a couple of IV lines. He says, I'll get him intubated, which is running a tube in his lung, and we can hook him directly to air control system, and you can go ahead and give him 100% oxygen. This would radically increase his chances of survival. Crew members who were still on the set remembered that by now he had hooked up a heart monitor to Brandon, but they were getting no signal from it that indicated he had, any pulse. He admits, when we were bagging him, I got him a heart monitor. At that time, he initially displayed what is called EMD, which is electromechanical dissociation. Now it's referred to as pulseless electrical activity, PEA, which in a trauma situation does not have a very great success rate. So pulseless electrical activity is when the brain sends electrical impulses to the heart. But because there is no blood, right, there's no pressure in the system. There's no fluid there for the heart to pump. The heart is unable to beat. There is no push and pull. There's no, there's nothing to move through those lines. His heart was trying to beat, but without enough volume of blood, it just wasn't physically possible. And, Clyde explains it like a radiator in a car. If there's a leak in the radiator and all the water spills out, you've got a water pump that's going, but nothing to move through that system. And he says the last three things that die in a body, the heart, the brain, the lungs, you lose one of them three, the other two are going to die. That's what it amounts to. Now, from here on out, there's some stuff I'll skip that is sort of, some legal stuff worth reading into. If you want to check out the book, again, like I said, what happened on the set, what was confiscated, what was, taken away from people as far as evidence, who was doing what. But I'm going to focus on what happens at the hospital. So I'm going to read from the book and give the details there about medically what's going on. They were trying to address the lack of blood circulation, first and foremost. So they're trying to shove the blood from the lower half of his body back up to the upper part of his body. And one potential remedy for this is to put something called pressure pants on. They are inflated, tight around the legs. I assume very much like, your blood pressure, your sleeve around your arm when you get that checked, to hopefully push blood away from the legs. And, where else is there to go but up above the legs from there? The regular procedures revealed to everyone in the room that, beyond any doubt, what had caused the injuries. Clyde says they placed him on a couple of units of blood, did an x-ray of his abdomen and everything else, and that's when the x-ray came back and we saw the projectile sitting next to his spine. The pressure pants, the units of blood, and the IVs could only do so much to counteract Brandon's internal bleeding. So they're filling him back up with new blood, but that blood's just going into, I presume, his abdomen and staying there. Maybe his, I don't know. But surgery at this point is the only thing that might have saved him. And there just happened to be a surgeon at the New Hanover Medical Center at that time. His name was Warren McMurray, and he attempted to get the blood pressure stabilized in the emergency room, and then went through 12 hours of what's referred to in the book as intermittent surgery. So I assume it's just it's a whole lot of starting and stopping. They continued to give Brandon blood because until they repaired the artery that had been damaged by the gunshot, blood would continue to leak into his lower body. During this time, members of the cast and crew start showing up at the hospital and sort of supporting each other and trying to learn as much as they can and comfort each other. And hours and hours and hours go by. Not gonna lie, I had to stop recording for a bit. Just read something in the book for the second time since I first came across the book over a year ago. I'd forgotten about, and that's the young lady that the 13-year-old girl in the cast had been sitting in her trailer, not knowing about what had happened. She was waiting for her call to go do this scene on top of the church that they didn't have a safety harness for. That's a whole thing that indicates where the safety level of stuff was at on the production. At this point, they were like, "Oh, we're just going to put you up on the roof, and you're going to hang off of this railing, and there'll be rain." And she and her mom are both like, "No, get a harness." Like, "Well, we don't have a harness, but you'll be fine." Like, "No, I'm going to my trailer. I'm going to change out of my clothes and into my sweatpants and listen to music until you find a safety harness." So a wardrobe person comes and finds her and says, "What are you doing here still? Everyone's gone." And she says, "I'm waiting to go film my scene." And she explains to her that Brandon's been shot and he's at the hospital. So she goes to the hospital and sees like the whole, like a ton of she says it was like, it must have been the biggest waiting room in the world because it had half the cast and crew there all standing around talking about Brandon. And, she was talking about having conversations about what they were going to do when Brandon woke up, and, he loves video games, so we're going to go get him a Game Boy so he'll have something to do in the hospital bed when he recovers. And it's around this time that members of the crew get the news. While they're all speculating what could have caused the injury or what could have happened to him, they get the news about the X-ray, and that something definitely has lodged somewhere critical in his body, in a critical location. They don't know how it got there at this time, but that at least gives them something to stop all the speculation as to what's causing the problem. They got the news the bullet was lodged in Brandon's spine. He lost a lot of blood, and they had to replace a lot of blood, and there was potential of many other things: brain damage, paralysis. And yes, the aorta had been severed as well. He had been hit in a spot at the back of the body near the lower spine, the major artery forks that supplies blood to each leg. The bullet entered Brandon's front abdomen, just below his belly button, and ripped through all the organs in front of it and cut straight through the center of the fork of the artery. Then it hit his spine and stopped there. A centimeter to the left or right, and the chances of survival would have been dramatically different. Now, between that last bit about Brandon Lee dying and the next bit about the investigation of his death, let's clear the air a bit. Let's take a deep breath of oxygen, and let's get back into some music stuff. Let's talk some more about Nine Inch Nails. I'm going to return to the Spin magazine article that I had been reading from previously. First, before I go straight back into it, I want to read this little tiny bit from the first, second, third page of the issue where they sort of get a quote from people that worked on it, like photographers and such. It's called Tail Spinners. Quote, Trent Reznor has this beautiful golden lab that I wanted to use in some of the shots, says Kate Garner. But his publicist thought too much had been made about his last dog dying, so she nixed it. Garner, who shot Reznor for this month's cover article, can sympathize with the King of Pain's image problems. He gets misinterpreted a lot. In person, he comes across very sexually, but in photographs, he often ends up looking like a real geek. Garner's photography has appeared in The Face, Vogue, and Vanity Fair. Okay. Now, back to the interview in progress. The conversation is shifting towards, other musicians that he's toured with or played festival shows with. He says, like the Jane's Addiction guys, Perry had too many people's heads up his ass on that tour to ever really communicate with him. But the other guys are really nice, sweet guys I could have formed good relationships with. But I always felt nervous around them. I still remember that club show. Talking about having seen Jane's Addiction in the late 1980s on their club tour when they came through, I believe it was Cleveland, Ohio. Has it evolved now to where you're comfortable in those kinds of settings? More so, but on this tour with Bowie, I found myself kind of hoping he wouldn't be sitting there so I wouldn't have to talk to him. Not that I didn't like him, but I felt I had to impress him. I had to impress his band. I couldn't just let my hair down. Who are some of the musicians that you've come to think of as friends? An odd bunch of people. I think the guys from Pantera are cool. Everyone from Tommy Lee of Motley Crue to Adrian Belew. I met the guys in the band live because we were playing at festivals in Australia. All of them are people I wouldn't hesitate to say, let's work on something. Like you did with Tori Amos. Tori would be another example. She called me to do this vocal track. It wasn't that big a deal. Her first album was permanently in my CD's car changer. It really struck me as well written, in a similar vein to what I was doing, from a different point of view. Pause for myself. I'm wondering if he means the independent release. Why can't Tori read? Or if he means like Little Earthquakes. Is that what he's referring to as her first album? Tori Amos fans, call me up and let me know. Oh shit! Something. Speaking of call me up and let me know, something I wanted to mention at the intro of this episode. I have more listeners, according to the stats and the data that I'm getting, the analytics that I've got. I have more listeners in India than any other country in the world besides the United States of America. And it's a huge margin. It goes United States and then India by about half of that listenership. And then there's a huge drop off when it comes to the UK, Canada, and France and Spain, Brazil, Australia, things like that. And it's I don't know why I can't get more reach and more people listening in those countries. So, two things, if you're a listener, please recommend the show to someone that lives in another country. I hope they like it. I hope they think it's fun. But beyond that, if you are listening in India, please send me an email because I have to find out. Are you actually people in the country of India that like listening to this program? Or are you a bunch of American perverts using a VPN so it appears that you are accessing the show from India, when in actuality, you are using a VPN to watch all sorts of horrifying things on the internet, beheading videos maybe, or weird hentai things. I mean, the hentai stuff is legal, right? You have to have a VPN to watch that. Or is it Americans they just want to watch Netflix in the UK or Netflix in, I don't know, Japan or something, and they're not really listening from India? Send me an email, justtheworstever@gmail.com, justtheworstever@gmail.com, or check in with me at RockFilmRock on Twitter, or at JustTheWorstEver on Instagram, the old Instagram. Back to Tori Amos. Trent says, it was a similar vein to what I was doing from a different point of view, but the same kind of addicting, pouring out, gushing, bearing, naked kind of song. Other people put their fingers in the pie, and they kind of messed up a friendship. We're not that close now. Some malicious meddling on the part of Courtney Love. But I still feel the same feelings for Tori. And I think there's YouTube videos and other articles you can look up about Courtney Love versus Trent Reznor. From what I read, it certainly seems like, you know, even in a couple of books that I was flipping through, she was like the original social media troll person before social media happened. Before the internet was used by everyone. She was just doing that shit. She was doing all kinds of mean-spirited stuff in the public press. I think I mentioned that later or earlier in this episode, so I don't want to duplicate or be redundant here. So, but she had it down to a science, man. She really did. She really fucking did. Let's see. How did the success of Pretty Hate Machine and your Lollapalooza tour produce a tormented record like Broken, right? Because, you're doing great. You're making money. How could you be angry? Is the implication. And that's what, rock journalists are just so genius at. They're just so great at asking those probing questions, hard-hitting questions about, like, you make money. Why so mad? On a personal level, Trent says, I was coming out of a weird relationship. I really fell in love with someone, and we lived together for 6 or 8 months, but it went from being the best to the worst. Plus, I hadn't spoken to the label since before Lollapalooza. We made it very clear we were not doing another record for TVT, but they made it pretty clear they weren't ready to sell. So I was like, well, I've finally gotten this thing going, but it's dead. Flood, producer, remix guy, and I had to record Broken under a different band name because if TVT found out we were recording, they could confiscate all of our shit and release it. Jimmy Iovine got involved with Interscope, and we kind of got slave traded. It wasn't my doing. I didn't know anything about Interscope, and I was really pissed off at him at first because it was going from one bad situation to potentially another one, which is not the story that you hear when you watch the Defiant Ones documentary on the HBO or wherever you torrent it from. And I still, as I've said in other places, highly recommend checking it out anyway to hear that version of the story. Bail before like the last hour of it when they just talk about inventing Beats headphones. It sucks. And you just see Dr. Dre like in his studio for like months and months not putting out an album. Oof. Don't be like Dre, be like Trent. Even if you're not a genius and you're not a master producer with your own studio, just crank, just do stuff. Don't wait until it's perfect. Force yourself to put it out before it's perfect. You can always do different versions of it later, everybody. Come on. You won't know what to change until you commit to the version of it that you can live with at the time. Where was I? What was I saying? I need a radish lozenge while I read the Rural Juror. He says, I was really pissed off at him because I was going from one bad situation to another one. But Interscope went into it like they really wanted to know what I wanted. It was good. After I put my raving lunatic act on. Is Broken then the summation of your personal problems, or is it noisiness? Wait. Oh, God. Or is its noisiness a spit at the Lollapalooza crowd? Why? What a objection, Your Honor. Leading question. I wanted to be tough, he says. I was so concerned about staying alternative. That indie bullshit mentality. After Lollapalooza, I had this snotty elitist mentality. You're not cool enough to like my band. Don't buy my records. I wanted to make a fuck you record. It was also a bit of a knee-jerk, I'm not a pussy, I'm not a sellout attitude. After it came out, I wanted to start work right away on a real album. I had been working on the idea of Downward Spiral in my head for a while without writing any songs, just a concept. Originally, my pretentious aspirations were to make the dreaded concept record with a film that went with it. Derek Jarman was interested in doing something. Again, you could maybe hark back to The Wall as my inspiration. What was the crude stick figure version of Downward Spiral before you'd written the songs? Well, I wrote down a bunch of topics I wanted to address. And key events in my life. A mom and dad getting married because she's pregnant, like Patty. I don't know what the Patty reference is. Do you know what the Patty reference is? Shit. When I was in London doing the record. Oh, the reference to the lady. Okay, yeah, sorry, we did cover that. It's been a while. Folks, these episodes take months sometimes. Weird little displaced memories that conjure up emotions, not always upsetting or unhappy. I remember walking home from piano lessons at age 10, 12, a weird euphoric feeling. Life is good. So in my notebook, there was this huge page of stuff. Then they talk about the lyrics of Big Man with a Gun. And he says, you know, when the record was nearing completion, he had written those lyrics pretty quickly and didn't know if he was going to use them or not. He said, to me, Downward Spiral builds to a certain degree of madness. Then it changes. That would be the last stage of delirium. So the original point of Big Man with a Gun was madness, but it was also making fun of the whole misogynistic gangster rap bullshit. Really? The song was a satire of gangster rap. In a way, I listen to a lot of it and I enjoy it, but I could do without the degree of misogyny and hatred of women and abuse. Then my song got misinterpreted as exactly that. It was probably a lack of being able to write. I've been taken out of context, and it's ridiculous. He talks about how the downward spiral actually could be harmful through implying and subliminally suggesting things, whereas a lot of the hardcore rap becomes cartoonish. It's real to youngsters, but it's so over the top. From an artistic point of view, if I'd had a couple of more months to look back on everything, I probably would not have put that song on the record, just because I don't think it's that good a song, not because I got spanked for it. Yeah, I'm going to avoid the actual question and the blah, 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 but the next response from Trent is, growing up, I so wanted to get the fuck out of where I was, away from the mediocrity and mundaneness of rural life. Anything extreme caught my attention. I was intrigued with The Limit, the movie that scared the shit out of me, the book. I had a huge collection of scary comic books when I was a kid. What's the next step beyond? What's beyond Stephen King, Clive Barker? What's beyond that? 9 Inch Nails deals with that addictive part of my personality. How many mushrooms can you take? What happens then? What about mushrooms and DMT? 9 Inch Nails offers me a chance to do what I want to do. I want a show, a spectacle. I'm allowed to look stupid, and I want to. Later in the article, Trent talks about the extremes of what he wants to pursue. You know, he says, I see it coming up in different things that I do, even sitting in the studio. I think about what's the most fucked up, slowest, and loudest song I can possibly record. Pushing boundaries, doing things you're not supposed to do. Incorporating shock value so you end up saying, I want to fuck you like an animal, and the chorus of the song is not subtle. It's a mechanism. And I think the interviewer actually does provide a pretty interesting question next. He says, is it possible that when you're working musically, you wind up with more nuanced, ambiguous, complicated work because you're so schooled in music, but when you're writing lyrics or doing something theatrical, you're not at quite the same level as an artist? That's a fair thing to say. Musically, I'm always striving to go a little deeper, playing mental games. Like when I wrote Sanctified, I thought, can I do a song that only has one bass line and never changes through the whole thing? My idea for the next record is to build more in the song format instead of starting with a noise or a drum beat. I'll do things like use a different sequencer to write, so I won't know how to work it as quick as and it slows me down. Pardon me for laughing and tripping myself up while I was reading that, because that was so that was so cool and charming. I'll say it again. I'll read it properly this time so you can actually hear the words, perhaps in the proper order with the proper rhythm. I'll do things like use a different sequencer to write, so I won't know how to work it as quick, and it slows me down. On Downward Spiral, I got to explore making an electronic record that doesn't sound electronic for some parts of it. I mean, at that time in the mid-1990s, that's exactly what I think made us all react to it the way we did. It was so visceral and weirdly organic and strangely mutant techno. Oh my God. Discomfort. Nothing techno at that time or industrial at that time could make you feel so uncomfortable on a human level and somehow also be so mainstream at the same time. You couldn't get away. You could not get away from the songs on that record after you heard them. I mean, even if you wanted to put it down for a while, it was still on MTV and it was still on alternative radio. What a time to have mainstream sources for sick, sick music. Now there's just sick, sick stuff that's uncomfortable everywhere, all the time. You know, plenty of great artistic, wild stuff that you can find if you want it. But you got to want it and you got to go search for it. You got to find it. You got like 57 channels of the Impractical Jokers and Jimmy Kimmel. And then and then the amount of great artists and bands just cranking out free stuff on the internet for you to find, but it's tough. It is tough. I don't envy any of us trying to do anything. I'll use the word artistic in this current day, even though it's easier to make it and distribute it. So back to Trent, he says, we did things with drums I don't know if anyone has really done. We sampled drums in stereo with stereo mics and discovered that if you play them on a keyboard, it sounds like you're sitting behind the drums for real. On March of the Pigs, Eraser, and those songs, there is no live drums. But it alluded to being real because it didn't sound like a machine. No way someone could play that like that. It further added a kind of mindfuck to it, instead of falling into a Ministry type trap of how can I make things harder and harder. It's scarier to have something creep up on you. Quick shift into another topic. They ask about being the poster boy for Woodstock 2. There's sources for the video online you can search out, and you can find the actual like remastered audio that some very nice people have done to make that performance sound as good as it can, and the video look as good as it can. It's there. It's pretty wild, pretty sloppy. Not the definitive Nine Inch Nails show by any means, I don't think, but everyone's got their own opinion. He says, we got there the night before, and that rave was going on. That was a big deal. Yeah, MTV was showing like, oh, this is the first Woodstock where there's like dance music at nighttime, and everyone's bouncing around on rave drugs and getting sexy. I'm glad I saw it. We slept on the bus. The next day, a power line had fallen on the bus, and there was voltage going through the bus while we were on it. I went back to the bunks. Guys, don't panic, but try not to touch any metal. There's a lot of voltage going through the bus right now. I walk to the front of this bus, and I see fucking Crosby, Stills, and Nash looking in at a sea of cameras, seeing me in my underpants. Hi, everybody. That was the most nerve-wracking day of my life. But that changed things for us a lot in terms of brand name recognition. Did you feel like, hey, I've entered this other league? The only really time I felt like that was when Courtney Love wanted to date me. That meant I must be a star. It's a prerequisite, isn't it? They mentioned Spin magazine magazine readers have voted them and Pearl Jam their favorite bands for the last few years. And he says, I don't know that I deserve to be there. I don't know that I want to be there. Downward Spiral is pretty anti-commercial sounding compared to what's usually at the top of the charts. If 10% of the people that bought it go, that's pretty cool, then it opens them up to realize there's more than Candlebox to the fucking world. There is something other than guitar rock. He talks about having a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Maybe it's from being keyboard oriented. Not that bringing the keyboard to the forefront is one of his main goals. And the interviewer says, the spirit of Jerry Lee Lewis and Billy Joel And then he goes, and don't forget Liberace. Seriously. The point is more to just bring people out of complacency. Sonically, lyrically. Your parents should hate it. Bob Dole should have a fucking problem with it. That's what's best about what I'm told rock and roll was at one time. Hallelujah, brother. Yes, indeed. Your narrator says, hallelujah. I could make music that I find interesting, that's experimental, instrumental noise records, and I may do that sometime, but I'm more interested, now that fate has dealt me the cards that people are interested in seeing what I'm doing, to see how far I can push. Take the Closer video. I thought, fuck it. Instead of the Super 8 video directors we've used in the past, underground people, let's go with Mr. fucking Gloss, Mark Romanek, who just did that Michael Jackson piece of shit. But he can do a beautiful shot. I wonder if he means, I'm trying to think of what this would have been. Remember the Time, maybe? Or Scream? I forget when Scream came out. I want to say Remember the Time might have been the most recent Michael Jackson video before Closer came out. Call in and tell me if I'm wrong. Stanley Kubrick-like in its attention to detail. So we decided to spend some money and go to ridiculous lengths to recreate works of artists that we liked, from Joel Peter Wilkin to Man Ray, Brothers Quay, this hodgepodge of stuff. That video was great. It was cool as fuck looking. Right away, MTV said, can't have that, can't have that. Oh, okay, now there was naked pussy. We knew that was going to get cut. And then we got complaints that people still found the video disturbing. Well, why? Well, we don't know why, but it seems satanic and evil. And then I thought, great, we did it. More questions, and he says, he thinks popular music sucks today. For the most part, cannot stand the shit that's at the top of the charts. Now, I'm not saying my sole mission is to turn people on to other music, but maybe I can change things a bit. He talks about politics, or they ask him about it, like, how come you're not using your visibility to champion political causes? He says, it's not interesting. I've never paid attention to it. I don't believe things can really change. It doesn't matter who's president. By the way, this is a time on MTV and in Rolling Stone and lots of other sort of media outlets, like rock stars at the top of the charts were just like chanting things that have been printed for them, like, go register to vote, go vote for Democrats, go do the thing, go, everyone get out, vote, go register. Even Chris Cornell said that Soundgarden worked with Rock the Vote, if you remember them, for a bit, until they found out that, like, well, the point of Rock the Vote was to just try to get one specific candidate elected at the time, not to get young people registered to vote for whom they wanted. Do with that what you will. But it was a hot topic in lots of interviews with REM and other bands, with Sting and all kinds of people. Obviously, there's lots of, I'm about to just fuck myself now. But obviously there's lots of artists that speak out against certain things politically and for certain things politically. But like, it was just as cringy in the 90s to see what certain artists were doing. Not all of them. Some of them were very intelligent and conscientious. But some of them came off like, I don't know. I remember when Katy Perry was singing at the Democratic National Convention or wherever the fuck it was, or a live via satellite beamed into the convention saying, I want to welcome our next president, Hillary Rodham Clinton. No, that's not going to happen. Sorry, that's not about to happen just because a pop star said it. Anyhow, just had to interject, I guess, some human commentary for the young people, because it's one thing. I'm not objecting to it still. People, I think they should talk more about their politics more often. I want to hear it. I want to hear people honestly express what they think is the right thing politically to happen. And there should be more conversation and less polarization. That would be wonderful if people weren't so scared to talk politics. And I know if you're young right now, like, who's scared to talk about politics, Jay? Literally nobody. Yep, I get it. I totally get it. But in the mid 1990s, it was so much more potent. And there was less fact checking, and there were fewer resources for us as young people to actually find out that, like, this presidential candidate that was going to be in the office for 2 terms was probably a rapist, you know? And like the guy that came before him for 2 terms was the head of the CIA and had a lot of ties to some pretty racist policies. And that doesn't mean, I guess, that we would have had a third party option to vote for either. So it was an interesting, I'm saying it was kind of interesting to have lived through a time when that level, that amount of rock stars were just like shilling for the establishment. It was another version of the establishment, Bill Clinton versus, a Bush or whomever, or Bob Dole, because you just felt like, I don't know, are there a lot of REM and Pearl Jam fans that are in danger of voting for a Republican? Do you really think? It was more of a show of force politically and socially. It felt like a real big, everyone just patting themselves on the back for being so progressive, when really that's what they were going to do anyway. Not saying politics aren't important. Politics are important. Issues are important to all of us. It just hit me like a bucket of cold water to think about. Oh, that's right. It was the mid-90s. Oh, boy. Anyways, Trent says, when I went to college, I thought that all I wanted to do was just disappear and see what it's like to have friends, be in a group. 2 months later, I was like, fuck this. I'm not like you. I don't want to lose my identity, my independence, by being around a bunch of other people who are also scared, doing the same thing, hiding behind something printed on a t-shirt that gives you a sense of who you are. And the interviewer says, despite your loner reputation, you seem to develop strong personal loyalties, including a group of people, from your manager to Gary Talpas, who does your artwork, who go back to the early Cleveland days. Trent says, it's nice to see the people who started off on a lower level kind of rise. We use the same manager, the same booking agent we had from the first tour, the same road manager up to this tour, the same sound man since the beginning, even if it's sometimes gotten us fucked over because everyone else in the business is bullshit. I'd rather be around straight up, no bullshit guys like John. Personally, though, I'm still a mess. Yeah? You promise that for everyone out there? I promise. This next portion will focus on the aftermath and the investigation into Brandon Lee's death and what really led up to it. I want to thank all the gun people for suffering through my clumsy explanation of things up to this point. I know it must be like if I was to sit here and listen to someone who's spent their whole lives working on guns and shooting guns talk to me about fixing guitars or playing guitars, and it would drive me insane. So I appreciate you not throwing your phone out the window in anger yet. Obviously, as we know, Brandon Lee dies in the hospital that night. Soon after, there are 2 investigations that occur simultaneously into the shooting of Brandon Lee. There's the one carried out by the Wilmington Police Department, and then one by Ed Pressman's personal lawyer, James Janowitz. There's a lot of detail in the book about the reaction of the cast and crew. They're sort of coming together and consoling each other and, reaching out to the people that need to know, reaching out to Brandon Lee's fiance and Brandon Lee's wife. There's a lot going on there in the book that you can read about, and I, again, do recommend it. There's reflection on, the actor Michael Massey's, certainly not his actions, but scrutiny of him initially, but he gets cleared pretty quickly. And it's pointed out for, I think, the second or third time in this book that his character was directed to just sort of wildly wave the gun around and pull off a shot in Brandon Lee's direction. And it was just the worst luck in the world that it happened to be, that he pulled the trigger when he did, when it was pointed right at his abdomen. And there's notes from a guy named J.B. Jones. Again, we are in Wilmington. We're not in Hollywood. So this is a place you go to film things, if you're Miramax or other companies. This is where you go to save a lot of money on making a movie. And when you don't have regulations and unions and all those expensive things to keep everything above board, stuff slips through the cracks, right? You have local folks involved. You have Hollywood folks involved. You have, people that have never worked together before on the same crew and different units doing different things, trying to get this thing in under budget and on time. So there's a guy named J.B. Jones. He had supplied the .44 Magnum that was used in that scene. He says that there couldn't be anything wrong with the weapons because a .44 Magnum is a .44 Magnum. It's the simplest weapon that you could possibly have. He was also aware of the nature of what happens in a prop department with prop people, and he was there to try to help them out whenever he had time to do so. He said they weren't experienced. The guy did a few shows, but they just wasn't up to... They did their jobs like they were supposed to, but they didn't do some of the things. They didn't take good care of the weapons, and I'd go in there and look at them, and I'd clean them myself because a gun that's not clean won't work. He just says, I didn't want to end up with a bunch of rust. Rust is hard to bring back home. Now, the lawyer that works for Ed Pressman, his name is Yanovitz, and he actually says he's done some criminal work, not a lot. I represented Sid Vicious after the murder of his girlfriend. Anyway, I did my investigation and interviewed members of the crew, which was difficult also. Some people didn't want to talk to me. They were getting lawyers. They were afraid of potential liability. He says, after a couple of days of investigating, I figured out rather quickly the reasonable hypothesis of what had gone wrong, which I shared with Ed Pressman. Now, his investigation, because he's not going through normal legal channels, is moving pretty fast. But at the same time, local police are investigating as well, as previously mentioned, and the detective Brian Pettis is the guy who is interviewed in the book in that regard. Pettis talks to the actor Michael Massey. He talks to J.B. Jones, the guy that supplied the Magnum and other guns, and he finds out through anonymous information that, quote, there may have been some rounds that were made. So we went and asked them, special effects and prop master, about it. And then the whole story came out. The text says that the fact that rounds had been made, that someone in the crew had in some way tinkered about with the bullets, was to be the key to understanding how Brandon Lee had been shot. In the meantime, Pettis had talked to Assistant District Attorney John Carricker, who sent the fatal bullet over to the State Bureau Investigations Department in Raleigh. They came back with some very interesting information for Carricker. They found black powder. That's right. Significance is it's black powder. The only way black powder could have been on the back of the bullet was black powder fired the bullet out. The only way black powder could have fired the bullet out is if they had a blank in there. Black powder is used in blanks instead of the usual explosive because it produces a flash flame from the end of the barrel, which moviegoers like to see. The text goes on to say, Pettis now had to discover where the gun had been before the fatal shot and when it had last been used. Daniel Kuttner told Pettis that the gun had been secure in his truck since the second unit had used it for filming. That was a surprise to us. Number one, they never told us anyone had used the gun. As far as we knew, the scene when Brandon was shot, is the first time the gun had been used. Now, the Pettis knew the gun had previously been used by the second unit. He went to question second unit director Andrew Mason. And the attorney, Keith Wiley, the production's other lawyer. We asked them who was on the second unit, and their answer was, "What's the second unit?" We already had the names of the people who were on the second unit, and we knew what had been heard or what had transpired, and their answer was, "What's the second unit?" We'll have to check and see if there was a second unit, which is very irritating to the detective, who already had a list of who was on that second unit and had already talked to all of them. As he notes, the thing about police work, you don't ask questions you don't know the answers to. Take note of that, citizen, next time you're being questioned by a police officer. If I was a douchebag, I would say, "Listen to me read that again," and then say it again, but I will say it again. I just like those memes that say, "Read that a second time." Ugh. Cops don't ask you questions that they don't already know the answers to. In most cases, I'm sure. Don't give me shit, because you know of an exception to that rule. No, that's the exception that proves the rule. Get it? See how you weasel out of that logic? Remember that too. Use that on somebody sometime. Hope they're not smarter than you. Now the story is, pressure is on the crew. They had to improvise for a specific scene instead of waiting and filming some other scene and redoing the whole thing and then putting it off. They're pushing for time, and they didn't want to spend money on prop bullets. There's more than one way to get it done. There's more than one supplier they could have used, but because they're running behind on the bullets, a guy named Bruce Merlin says, "I can just make them for us. He's going to be a trooper, and he can save them money and save them time." So, dummy bullets usually are bought from a gun dealer to ensure their quality. But Bruce Merlin has experience as a special effects technician and was technically qualified to make dummy bullets from real ones. Knowing they needed dummies for, like scenes like where one of the guys like swallows a bullet, in a really dramatic fashion, Bruce Merlin tells Pettis that he says to the crew, "We can make some." So they go back in the back and make some dummy bullets in one of the crew members' trucks. So they're doing this, and Merlin says, "You're going to need some full load blanks, so just go ahead and make those too." One of the guys on the crew is like, "I'm really uneasy about this," a guy named Kuttner. He's uneasy because what they're doing is pulling the bullet apart with pliers, emptying out the explosive powder, and then detonating the primer. The primer is that little indentation on the back of the bullet casing I'm talking about where the hammer sort of hits it. Detective Pettis says they didn't have the proper tools. All they had was a pair of pliers, and they just pull them out like you pull out a tooth out. That says something about Pettis, I think, and the nature of what he thinks dentistry is. What do you think's dentists? Maybe dentists in Wilmington, North Carolina do things that way in the 90s. I don't know. Dummy bullets are being made by pulling the lead tip off, emptying out the explosive, detonating the firing cap, and then, probably by hitting it with a hammer. And then the lead tip would then be replaced, creating an object that looks like a real bullet, but which is supposed to be completely safe. Then the blanks they made were done by emptying out the explosive, replacing it with black powder, which is more incendiary. It's more of a flash, a fiery flash than the normal gunpowder that would be in a bullet. But you don't detonate the primer on that because you need that to ignite the charge. And of course, you don't put the lead tip on there. Now, Detective Pettis has a theory that the dummy bullets and blanks became mixed up at some point. As a result, one of the blanks, a quarter load blank with very little explosive in it, was mistaken for a dummy, and the lead tip was replaced. This would have created a bullet, which would still eject its tip, even though it would be a low velocity. So when they make the dummy bullet, this is Detective Pettis' hypothesis. They put a lead tip into a quarter loaded blank. So it's, a fourth of the normal amount of powder in it. And that was the bullet that went into the gun eventually that Michael Massey fires at Brandon Lee, which is what the second unit had been using for a close-up shot of the Magnum's chamber revolving. You'll see that next time you watch the movie now, and you'll never be able to not think about that. Pettis says what happened was they got the picture of the 6 bullets in the cylinder, the dummy bullets. I assume he means the picture, meaning they were filming. And they're shooting down the barrel and watching the cylinder turn in a close-up. That's when the pop and fizz went off. This was the cap sound that one of the crew members named Ken Ulrich heard, but didn't think about at the time. The problem is nobody who heard that pop and fizz or that funny sound at the time really knew what it was. Pettis recounts that at the time, one of the guys opens up the cylinder, looks at it, had no idea what he's looking at, really. He's looking at it, he sees all the caps in there, and he's thinking, well, looks okay to me. But if they turned it over, looked the other way, so like if you were looking down the barrel of the gun but into the cylinder of the gun and the chambers there, they'd have seen one of the bullets, the lead tip, missing out of one of the cartridges, but they didn't think to look because they didn't know what they were doing. On the second unit, they had nobody that knew anything about handguns. I mean, they're just passing this gun all over the place to people who don't know what to do with it, which is negligent. That popping sound, Ken Ulrich remembers, I mean, many days after the death of Brandon Lee, when he's just walking on the beach alone thinking about things. He put it together with his other experience with a Magnum that he had at a firing range when he was shooting at targets with this Magnum, and he was pulling the trigger and the bullet wouldn't fire. And he went to the front desk and he said, there's a problem with this gun. This shot didn't go off, and the guys at the counter say, go back to your spot on the range, keep pulling the trigger. It's just something wrong with the primer, but if you hit it a couple more times, it'll go off, and that's what happened. So he remembered that sound when the full charge didn't go off, and he was at the shooting range, and the difference between that sound and the sound of the actual detonation of the Magnum that was supposed to happen. And that's when it's at that time after his walk alone on the beach that he starts to, talk to people and realize that, there's a connection to be made here. So thanks to his cooperation with the detective, Pettis now knows it was a lead bullet tip that had killed Brandon Lee that was lodged in the gun barrel. But no one discovered it for the 2 weeks that it was locked in a truck and then reused by another part of the crew. He notes that unless you ask everybody on the crew a specific question, you're not going to get a specific answer. So he started, asking who did what, at what time, and when, with what. And he says, once the bullets are made, Merlin's out of it. Kuttner supplied the gun and the dummy rounds to the second unit for that Magnum chamber close-up scene. Then the gun goes back on the truck and is locked up for a couple of weeks. Kuttner remained in Wilmington while this was investigated. In any event, Pettis knew where he lived in Virginia. We had his home number and address and everything. We could have talked to him. He wasn't trying to hide anything, I don't believe. In fact, out of all the people, as culpable as he was in the whole thing, he was probably the most honest about what had happened. The best of his knowledge, he really didn't know what he was doing when it came to a gun. In one interview, we showed him a photograph of a gun, in fact, the gun that was used, and said, would he name the part of the gun? He points to that part of the gun, and he had no idea what we were talking about. Charlene Hamer was the same way. They had no knowledge of weapons whatsoever, but they were in charge of them. Pettis remained sympathetic to them. I just think they want to make it right. They really didn't know enough to hide anything. I guess that's the best way to say it. So he's talking to members of the crew that he's been interviewing and isn't surprised when Charlene Hamer goes to get the Magnum from the prop truck for the scene of Eric Draven's shooting. She didn't think to check it. The gun was not checked before it was taken to the set. Nobody looked at it. Now, that's another name. There's multiple people handling this gun, before handing it off to the actor that didn't check the barrel. So now there's a gun with a lead tip lodged in the barrel during the second unit close-up, heads for the set, and the real .44 Magnum was used for rehearsals, but it was not loaded. After rehearsals, David Kuttner shows Michael Massey that he was putting a blank in the gun, a full load blank as requested by the director, who wanted to see as much fire come out of the barrel as possible, which is totally normal during filming. Pettis says that's a director's call. If there hadn't been a bullet in the gun lodged in the barrel, it wouldn't have been a problem. Then the gun was fired, full load blank, exploding the bullet tip from where it was lodged in the barrel. This is precisely the scenario that James Yanovitz comes up with as well. So he's the guy working outside the police. Police confirm their theory with the results from the lab at State Bureau Investigations Department in Raleigh. Pettis remembers, they sent the gun off. We said, this is how they made them. This is what we think happened. See if it can happen. They did the testing. The guy made a quarter load blank, just like they said they made. Fired it in the gun. Bullet lodged halfway up the barrel. Wouldn't come out. So you got to have enough gas to force the bullet through the barrel. Just force it through. And if you don't have enough, it's not going to come out. So it lodged in there. The first half of the story is now basically proved or corroborated. And then they go ahead and put a full load blank in the chamber of the Magnum, shoot while pointing it at a gelatin pack that's supposed to sort of mimic the density of, your internal organs, and it went right in just as they thought it would. Now, because we're talking about crews of people that aren't, that they're not, licensed and bonded and unionized, and other words for regulation that I would want to use, but I don't know the terminology for. Weapons specialists, weapons prop specialists. There were multiple occasions at which anyone who had experience with guns would have naturally cleaned the barrel along the way. But that most definitely did not happen. Everyone picking up this gun thinks it's ready to go and has been checked out by somebody else whose job it is to do that, but it wasn't. If the thing had been properly cleaned before and after every use like it should have been, this wouldn't have happened. If they weren't relying on the good nature of the man who supplied the guns to them to do that when he had some free time on his hands, this wouldn't have happened. Like many, many accidental deaths, there's no one single person you can point to who is really at fault. I don't think. That's how these things happen, after all. The guy that killed JFK meant to kill JFK. The guy that killed Robert Johnson did not mean to kill Robert Johnson. The detective's final, opinion on Daniel Kuttner, who was the person most in the crew most linked with that gun, is he was very upfront, very honest about it. I don't fault Kuttner. I fault him for getting a little bit over his head in something that he couldn't do. But then you got to put the blame on the people that hired him. They knew what his qualifications were, and that put much responsibility on him. Whatever reason he got the job, that falls back on them. If somebody came and offered you a great job, would you turn around and just because you didn't know everything, would you turn it down because you didn't know everything about the job? Or would you say, well, I can learn? You can't fault him. For the amount of money he was making, it was obscene. Now, of course, there's a lot more to the story, and for the 8,000th time, I recommend you read it. About what happens next legally, about fines and penalties and settlements to the family, about the memorial service, about the slow decision, sort of, kind of fast, but appropriately slow in Hollywood terms, decision to continue making the film, how they got portions of the crew back together or hired new people to complete the film, and to do it with the blessing of Brandon's fiancée, Eliza, who was due to marry him 2 weeks after the day he died. A day that it just turns out is today, March 31st, as I record this. I did not realize until I was skimming through the text right now. If you've never seen any of Brandon Lee's work outside of The Crow, I can personally attest to two films that I've seen that do an amazing job of displaying his greatness and his charisma and his charm and his athleticism. I mean, I don't know what could have stopped this guy besides a bullet from becoming a huge success in films in the 1990s and onward. I'm sure he'd be making a substantial cameo in the new John Wick film today, or playing one of the major characters in it, or maybe a villain in it or something. Unless he had, because he had lived, they just didn't go to Keanu Reeves for John Wick and went to Brandon Lee instead. I can attest to Showdown in Little Tokyo with Dolph Lundgren and Rapid Fire with Powers Booth being both highly entertaining action movies from the early 90s that are well worth your time if you want to see a more brightly lit and human side of Brandon Lee's ability to sort of bring a mainstream type action character to life. But if you want to keep him in your head and in your memories as The Crow, I understand that as well. Don't break the spell. Keep it the way it is. I get it. But if any of you have seen the movie Laser Mission with Brandon Lee in it, I'm curious. Please let me know what you think of it. Send me an email, justtheworstever@gmail.com, or on Twitter @RockFilmRock. Links to those, as always, in the description of this episode. Now, we've gone through a lot of heavy stuff, a lot of emotional stuff, and I've got at least two more segments about the music that we will get to before we wrap up this episode, but I wanted to take a break to emotionally clear the deck. I want to get hateful for a bit. I want to get righteously indignant, or maybe not righteous, maybe self-righteous only. Self-involved, self-interested, and release some bitterness. Because it's been building up for a long time, and I've struggled with, do I want to say something? Do I not want to say something? Who does it really serve if I do? The people I'm criticizing? Probably. But who cares? Who gives a shit? It's my show. And the more I looked into these two people and tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, the worse they appear to me, in my opinion, in my singular experience, my individual experience. So, as a palate cleanser, emotionally, let's get hateful, and let's turn our attention to people that did not help create this, and in their own little way, profited off of it. Now, the first example, that's not really that fair. It's just one article that I read. It's a writer from Texas named Sean O'Neill, and fella's been working hard for a long time. Not a shitty writer. I read a few different articles of Sean's from, Texas Monthly, from Vulture, but the one that set it off is the AV Club. Now, AV Club is only the kind of thing that I knew of as having a really bad reputation for breeding, being a breeding ground for a lot of hateful people in the comments. Like a really toxic place to go looking around when it came to their reviews. And I wonder why. This is an article. I'm not going to read I'm just going to read a couple of little bits and pieces from August 4, 2016. So about 7 years back. Almost. The soundtrack for The Crow resurrected grunge kids as goths. Grunge in any form had been around in 1994 for all of about 2.5 years for the collective public consciousness, I would say. The average Weird Mall kid was not buying Sub Pop singles in the 80s, is what I'm saying. The soundtrack's got a Stone Temple Pilots song and a Helmet song and a Rage Against the Machine song. If you want to call them grunge, I suppose you would, if you're as deeply hateful as I perceive this man to be towards yourself and other people's work. I don't mean hateful in any socio-political way, as far as, hating groups of people. That's not at all where I'm going with this. Just a fucking miserable, self-hating projector onto other people of his own inadequacy is what I'm reading. He's got stuff in here like, for the majority of kids in the early 1990s, particularly a sheltered Texas suburbanite like myself. I'm not going to do a voice like a jerk. I'm not going to do that. I say I'm stopping myself from doing that because I almost did it just now. Goth was an abstraction, an amalgam of ideas borrowed from Nine Inch Nails videos, The Lost Boys, and whatever mall store sold Manic Panic before Hot Topic achieved Manifest Destiny. Gadzooks, probably. Goth was my friend's older sister, smeared with black lipstick and adolescent fury, grudgingly telling us wide-eyed freshmen about her weekends at Dallas nightclub The Church, where she made it sound like they whipped each other to Skinny Puppy until they bled, but they really just stood around smoking cloves and complaining. He goes on to say, goth is a costume, goth is an attitude that you put out, when you're up late at a Denny's, mistreating the waitresses because you're young. I got a lot of my early music schooling from movie soundtracks, moving from a nerdy obsession with Danny Elfman scores. You could just say an obsession with Danny Elfman scores, buddy. That's not a necessary thing to add an adjective to unless you're just begging for, word count here. It's also okay to like movie scores. It's okay to not degrade yourself and other people that like Danny Elfman scores. He says the Crow soundtrack rolled like a black cloud across our nation's shopping malls and briefly encouraged me and so many alt-rock kids to embrace the commercially sanitized darkness. So, it's not real music. It's not real goth. It's supposedly something plastic and hollow that he finds it lacking now in his adult years, looking back. Goes on to talk about the romance around the tragic death of Brandon Lee and a mostly unknown actor we never got to love, made beautifully immaculate in death as a perfect morbid angel for outcast teens to weep for. Whether the film was any good was almost an afterthought. In truth, The Crow is a pretty standard supernatural revenge drama / dark comic book movie in the Batman mold. Pretty standard? There had been one, maybe two, before this, and it's way more, unlike Batman, it's actually a lot closer to the source material. It's got a lot more emotion driving it. It's got a lot more real-world pathos built into it. And it's you could argue whether or not it's more daring. I mean, Tim Burton's no slouch, obviously. And let's be frank, that movie wasn't really a revenge movie. It happened. They shoehorned in the fact that was it Jack Napier, was Jack Nicholson's character, turns out to be the same guy that killed Bruce Wayne's parents, but that's not what motivated. Like, Batman's not motivated by finding the guy that killed his parents. It's a starting point for his origin story. Yeah, sure. But he's not like on a crusade to only find that guy. He's trying to protect Gotham City. So I guess you can call it a revenge comic book dark movie, and maybe the only other one there was before The Crow. If I'm missing something, please call in and let me know right now before I keep going on and embarrassing myself. But is he I still don't, but I don't get if I should give him more benefit of the doubt, because he's talking from a perspective in the late 20-teens, like 2016, 2018, of all the dark revenge comic book movies that have been around. It's just another one of those. The Crow is what he's saying. If he's saying that, I would retort with, well, it's the one that made the mold that they're all pouring their own stories into. It's the definitive one, The Crow, in 1994. If you're saying that from a point of view of, in 1994, when this came out, it was just another standard comic book revenge, dark, moody movie, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's been plenty of revenge movies in the action genre and horror genre and exploitation films from decades previous. Yes, absolutely. But The Crow bears nothing there's no resemblance to those, and there's nothing in common with any of those. Like, if he had gone back and referenced Death Wish and I spit on your grave. Like I would be cheering for this writer right now as a progenitor of now take that format and apply it to a dark independent comic book that's been adapted for a big screen presentation in the post Tim Burton's Batman world. That would be great. He says, consisting of 14 tracks of emotive, angry music, the Crow soundtrack was a primer on adolescent rage and rumination that demanded intense listening and even more intense feelings, to be blasted at whatever high school crushes or jerk vice principals represented, the everlasting romances and evil thug armies in your own tormented walk among the living. No, your own tormented walk, sir. This is not adolescent rage primer. This is The Cure. This is Rage Against the Machine. This is Pantera. This is, Jesus and Mary Chain. Emo is right around the corner for the adolescent rage, sir. He refers to the Cure song as being the only true goth among the whole thing. Not that the soundtrack said a goth soundtrack. He's putting forth the framing device that this is supposed to be a goth soundtrack, not the film and not the title of the album. It's not the soundtrack's fault that you decided it needed to be something that no one framed it as but you and some other people. I'm sure lots of goths saw it and like, oh, this is for young kids that are getting into goth music, and they'll hopefully get into some more real stuff after this. But, kicking off the album with the echoing shrieks of distant birds, The Crow, get it? In parentheses. Okay, I did the voice there. Yeah, we get it. It's appropriate. There's birds. There's bird noises. It's a tribute to the author of the books and the creation of the film that referenced his own work in the books. Burn forever builds to, but never quite reaches the catharsis it seems to promise. I don't know. I always felt it did, and I'm not a Cure fan. I always felt that there was a lot of catharsis in that song. Made me feel a lot. Sorry, you decided nobody else should. Its epic, relentless chest pounding also suits a movie that's basically about how the world is shit and only you feel things. I can't stop from doing the smarmy voice. I'm sorry, but he's writing like this. He mentions My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult After the Flesh. Another example that's not adolescent rage, definitely. And, this is many grunge kids' first introduction to industrial music. The truly dark and sleazy breed, of which Nine Inch Nails offered a slightly more emotional... That's not a word, Jay. You're misreading. Offered a slightly more emotional, palatable strain. So, Nine Inch Nails only slightly more filled with emotional content than My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. So just like equally as sleazy, not that deep. A little bit deeper and more emotional, I guess, Nine Inch Nails compared to My Life with the Thrill Kill Cult. He mentions that they're in the movie in one violent scene. That scene probably cemented the idea of industrial, in quotes, in young, impressionable minds, as the seething music of black-clad sex demons writhing around in tight pants and motorcycle caps. Well, some of it certainly was. Some elements of goth industrial definitely was that. You can't deny that. You can't deny that element. That's like saying, "Oh, I'm sure, I'm sure the fucking Fall of Western Civilization Part 2 cemented the image of heavy metal in a lot of impressionable young people's minds as like, guys with long hair wearing bullet belts and drinking lots of cheap beer." Yeah, there was that. There still is that. On both counts, both scenes, there still is that. But if you acknowledge it, obviously you're just not as cool as this guy. He complains about the Rollins band. He complains about Helmet, and then he complains about Pantera and Rage Against the Machine. He mentions that Far Beyond Driven by Pantera shot to #1 the week before the Crow soundtrack was released, where it similarly served as a gateway for many alt-rock kids to more extreme music. But its version, here we go. Here's what set me off. Its version of Portland hardcore legend Poison Idea's The Badge, while great for some feckless and I read a couple of fantasy novels as a middle schooler myself. So I know the word feckless. That's only if you're a journalist and you use the word, especially a music journalist, use the word feckless. You were too far up your own ass for too many years reading lonely boy books about finding a magical sword someday and ruling a kingdom. Sorry for the aside. Feckless, fuck the police fuming. He likes a good alliteration. Can't fault him for that. Over being told you can't skate behind the 7-Eleven. Was a real mood killer on an album that's mostly about hating yourself. I'd hazard a guess that it was probably the most frequently skipped track on the album. Yeah, not so in my group of friends. That was a gateway to lots of heavy music for a lot of people. And people really enjoyed that, and it got people into hardcore punk as well as hardcore metal. Now, if you listen to a few particular, just specific episodes of the history of rock and roll, a history of rock and roll and film and rock and roll, you've heard me talk about the Cops. You've heard me talk about the Cops on the LA scene in the glam era, the hippie era, and maybe a little bit in the punk era in the early 80s, late 70s. And their very, very unjust, brutal treatment of lots of people just to keep the fathers of the city happy, keep the real estate folks happy because they can't have lots of hippies or burnout punks or other weirdos just walking around having good times at shows and stuff, making sure they bust that shit up and they arrest anyone with a mohawk like they'd arrest anyone with long hair just so they get their fingerprints and get them in the system so that later on they can maybe pick them up for being suspected of something else. Making sure they had huge backlogs of all kinds of ne'er-do-wells that looked weird. The lyrics to Poison Idea's The Badge are not about getting yelled at for riding your skateboard around a 7-Eleven. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can check it out yourself, but, it gives voice to a lot of people's anger and hatred for how the police treat the average citizen in certain towns, people that are members of certain communities, the kind of thing that we saw a lot of on like live streams happening and on Twitter, on Facebook, cops being recorded, violating people's civil rights. Lyrics like 5-time loser, bust his head, make your day. Unless you're paid off and then you look away. Do you think this corruption will ever stop? What makes a person want to be a cop? Ran a red light, stormed the house and bust the guy. Do you like to see his children cry? Pick up a hooker, take her for a little ride, but get sucked off on the side. Sworn to serve and protect, forget the killing. Badge-wearing fascist villain. Pissed in the street, you bust the guy. Do you like to see his children cry? The badge means you suck. A child lies there dead. As you look back, what goes through your head? Young and tough, truth and justice fantasy, fresh out of the academy. It's a great tune. Pantera did a cover that was basically note for note, perfect, and just, a little more modern sounding and metal sounding. And I think the world is better off for having that song in the world. I know I just said world twice. Wrap it up, he talks about Rage Against the Machine offering up a re-recording of one of its earliest known songs, In Darkness, a jazzy little rap metal ditty. See how journalists love to be so condescending. It must really suck to know Rage Against the Machine actually opened a lot of people's eyes and changed a lot of people's lives when you didn't. About the Native American genocide, featuring a spoken word breakdown on how AIDS is killing the entire African nation. Sure, maybe it seems a little off-topic for a movie about a zombie rocker killing interchangeable gangsters to avenge his girlfriend's murder, and as such, you don't hear more than a few seconds of it in the actual movie. But you see, it's all part of the rich tapestry of gross injustice against which the Crow is rebelling, man. More importantly, Rage Against the Machine's debut went triple platinum the year before, and nabbing this B-side almost certainly would have boosted interest in the soundtrack, but also the tapestry. Now, the guy's not all hatred and slime. I read a really cool article he wrote in 2018 for Vulture called "In Defense of the Mediocre Music Biopic," and I have to admit that he knows. I don't know. I can relate to a lot of what he's saying in that. I think he knows what he's talking about, and he's basically coming clean about like, look, I love this whole genre, whether they're good or mediocre or kind of crappy. And he points out a lot of the tropes that are overused and how they got sort of jumped, how one would do it right and then others would sort of copycat that, but then they try to copycat other movie structures as well in music biopics. Very paint by numbers kind of thing. But still, there's one spot that just pokes out at me, and it's very telling that this guy he can't prevent himself from sort of outing himself. I'll read the first part that's not related to what I mean, but because it references the very first episode of A History of Rock and Roll and Film and Rock and Roll, Great Balls of Fire. Growing up, my burning crush on Winona Ryder meant I'd endlessly rewatch Great Balls of Fire, where Dennis Quaid plays Jerry Lee Lewis as some sort of manic cousin fucking Daffy Duck. I love that whole setup and turn of phrase at the end. I think that's great. And then he says, my teen bedroom boasted a poster. The rural juror boasted a poster for Oliver Stone's The Doors, a ludicrous film that I still love and will wholeheartedly defend. And I'm right there. I'm with him all the way until he says, for the way it accurately captures the overbearing, self-mythologizing, and boorish pretension of Doors fans like me. Ew. Oh. It's not about you. It's not anything to do with you. It's something to do with the Doors and a lot to do with Oliver Stone, but it's nothing to do with you, buddy. I'm real sorry. Just like The Crow, soundtrack is under no obligation to live up to your expectations. as far-reachingly misformed as those expectations clearly were. You have a lot of work to do on yourself. I hope you find happiness someday. Sean O'Neill. Now, the other guy that can go fuck himself is Sting. Not the guy from the Police that made like a whole bunch of light jazz versions of Police songs later. As great as he is, as clearly a musician, entertainer, and songwriter and composer, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm talking about the douchebag pro wrestler Sting. Now, you've heard me mention pro wrestling shit from time to time. It's a form of American entertainment that I'm pretty enraptured by when it comes to the storied history of the territories, and then it's moved to cable television and the ratings battles. Same way, I'm very enthralled with the stories of the ratings battles between Letterman and Leno. Same way, I'm enthralled with the early stories of the growth of comedy from like vaudeville circuit stuff to mob run casinos and stuff like that onto late night TV. And the same way I'm enchanted by the history of rock and roll and the recording industry and the movie industry. So, that said, the community that still looks up to these big oily men, these big roided up oily men from the 90s as heroes, because when these people were young, this fan base, this audience when it was young, this was what they watched on Monday nights or Sunday nights or Saturday nights and before going to bed and dreaming of being a big, strong man themselves someday. And I'm not putting them down for it. That's what kids do. They give these assholes so much leeway when it comes to what they give them credit for when it comes to their gimmicks. There's no subtlety. There's no self-awareness when it comes to the stuff that pro wrestling ripped off of from pop culture of the time. They would just call a guy Magnum TA because he was muscular and had a mustache and and was handsome. So we're like, oh, what do women swoon over? Magnum PI. We'll call you Magnum TA. Like they did that. I mean, Ric Flair is a legend, and he's one of the greatest in the whole business. He started calling himself the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, after he found out about and watched matches by a guy named the Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers. Hulk Hogan, the most famous guy to ever do it, other than Stone Cold Steve Austin, just ripped his shtick off from a guy named Superstar Billy Graham. He was young enough, though, to then propel himself into the MTV era and the cable TV era and make greater strides in popularity and money than Billy Graham ever could, because Billy Graham was, winding down as, the 80s and 90s came along as an older man that had probably had quite a few injuries. And the aforementioned Stone Cold Steve Austin, of course, he just named himself after Steve Austin, the $1 Million Man, because he loved that show when he was young. Maybe Terry Funk and Mick Foley are the only guys that had any huge success while being somewhat original. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. But there's a guy named Scott Hall who passed away a couple years ago who had an amazing career, and he was doing sort of a mustachioed Magnum PI look-alike kind of thing for a while, and then had the opportunity to reinvent himself by just appropriating the character of Tony Montana from Scarface and proposing it to Vince McMahon of the WWF, because Vince McMahon doesn't watch movies and doesn't know shit about modern culture. All he does is care about his own product. He doesn't even watch the competitor's product. And Vince didn't know they were just ripping off this Cuban-American sort of, gangster story. So he just... This guy that was not from Cuba, was not Hispanic or from any other island. He was just a big white guy, kind of greasy hair and lots of body hair. He'd wear the open shirts like Tony Montana and maybe some white pants and stuff. And he'd just affect that accent, and he'd call himself the bad guy, just like Tony Montana did. And this is the guy that's credited with providing Sting with his second wind in his career. Sting had been famous as a sort of energetic good guy with short blonde crew cut, probably because it looked like Sting from the Police. And after so many years, it wasn't working anymore. Crowds were growing up. The little kids he was inspiring had gotten older and needed something different, a little edgier. And it was also very predictable. He had kind of run that character into the ground, that look into the ground. Well, he's struggling to find something new, some new visual gimmick. And it's Scott Hall, Mr. I just ripped off Tony Montana, and I'm just going to ride this out for the rest of my career until I die. That's not fair. I'm sorry. When he jumped ship to WCW, he didn't keep the accent. He was himself. I should not be totally dickish about that. He still wrote it out in some ways until he died, in some more subtle ways. But kept calling himself the bad guy, and among other things. But, he told Sting, hey, man, you should check out this movie, The Crow. This guy's got long black hair and a black trench coat, white face makeup. You should do that. And this was explained on a YouTube video for a channel that I've watched a few times off and on called Wrestling Bios. And I think the guy that runs that thing is great. And it's just fun to hear this history of the entertainment, this chunk of the entertainment industry. But going back to what I said about the fans and how eager they are to give these guys too much credit. He explains how Scott Hall is just so great for figuring out his second gimmick, and he gave this idea to Sting to reinvigorate his career. And he's like, what an absolute legend. I'm like, he's not a legend, you dork. He stole an idea from a guy whose fiance was killed somewhere around the age of 17. He had his whole life taken away from him. He joined the fucking Marines. He crafted something out of his grief that went on to make him a whole career and make other people whole careers. Actors, musicians, director, producers, writers, other independent comic book artists and writers that wrote for the Crow series and publishers. He built all that out of all this loss. And then along comes Brandon Lee, who takes on the persona and loves the source material so much that he gives it everything he's got. And then he's cut down in his prime as well, taken away from the world in another senseless tragedy, ripped away from his loved ones, and what would have been many, many years of great work and inspiration for other people to probably pursue, martial arts and acting and whatever. And you decide you're just going to take that for yourself, and you're just going to pick it up as if it's yours, put it on your face, and run with it for decades. You're still doing it today, you absolute piece of shit. And I saw an interview with James O'Barr at a comic convention, it looked like, and he was being interviewed, and someone asked him about that, the whole thing with Sting. And he said, yeah, we filed an injunction. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what I remember. It's like we filed an injunction legally against him because what he was doing was a clear visual lift from what I put in the comic and what was in the movie. And he said, and then he changed his makeup. And then he said, years later, I did see him face to face at a convention, and I tried to talk to him about it. He's like, oh no, I didn't mean to even, come close to what that design was. I got it from a Marilyn Manson photo. And he's like, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. And personally, I know the exact Marilyn Manson look he's talking about because it was on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine around the time of Antichrist Superstar. He had the wavy lines. It's not the mime sort of looking like diamond black over the eyes. It's more of wavy lines on the side of the face, and then the dark around the eyes, but not the pointed sort of look that Eric Draven had. That was a very popular image. It was on all the newsstands for a whole month, and I'm sure, and that's what they changed Sting's makeup to look like. So to pretend that you can't just go back and watch video of how blatantly he ripped off Eric Draven's look originally is pretty insulting. I've heard nothing bad about this gentleman, whatever his real name is, Sting. He's inspired a lot of people, and by all accounts has been a very responsible human being as far as like protecting other people in the ring when he's working, So I think he's probably got a lot of admirable qualities, but for that, you fucking parasite, you're just such a scumbag. Because if you're so good, leave the gimmick behind. Do something else. Oh, you know what he tried? He did Heath Ledger's Joker for a while. After Heath Ledger died, he ripped him off. God damn it. What is it they say about the banality of evil? I mean, there's lots of ways to explain evil, but sometimes it's just a snake sucking its own balls. As Stephen King said, evil is very powerful, but it's not terribly creative. I'm in a much better mood now. Thank you for letting me achieve this catharsis. So fuck you, Sting. Fuck you, Sean O'Neill. Even though you're both very talented and have better careers than I ever will. Huzzah. Huzzah to you both. You deserve to be referred to as naughty little pieces of rotten fruit, is what I say. That's what I say. All right, let's go to a couple of magazine articles. Let's talk some New Order. Let's talk some Nine Inch Nails, and let's wrap up, everybody. Thank you. I love you for being here through this all. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's my fault for finishing up recording all the miserable details of the death of Brandon Lee on the day that turned out to be the 30th anniversary of his death. Ugh. Now, I don't want this little clipping to go to waste that I found, even though it's technically, it's not Joy Division, it's New Order, but I was scumming around through the Internet Archive recently for something else. I don't remember what, but I grabbed a screenshot of this one-page review from Nerve, a fanzine, I guess, or some sort of, self-published deal from the mid-'80s, I think. December 12th, 1986. Review of New Order at Massey Hall. It says, the Bodines opened the show with jangling guitars and earnest voices. I liked the sound straight off, and after 6 more selections, which would have been indistinguishable had there not been pauses, I still liked it. If there's a fine line between repetition and groovin', the Bodines have shaved it to a hair's breadth. But like too many young bands, they believe that inactivity is, of itself, a style. Sort of like Townsend's Windmills. I think a band should stand very still only when, as with the Jesus and Mary chain, they have neither style nor content. I don't know enough about Jesus and Mary chain to know if that's funny or mean or what, but I always assumed they were good. Maybe it's time to delve into that. I'm probably overdue. There's a local band called Sky Cries Mary, and when I was a teenager, I could never keep the two straight, even though I never really listened to much of either band. There's Sky Cries Mary and Jesus and Mary Chain, and I assume they were both kind of hippie-ish, but probably not. During the intermission, I studied the hall's interior, its wraparound tiers, its compact yet efficient capaciousness, and I decided that is the perfect venue for performers intimate with their audience. But as the New Order leisurely took their places on stage, I remembered our last encounter and prepared myself for an evening of mutual, rather than musical, exclusivity. This is a band which controls its own niche in the pop fray. They are many things, but they are not intimate. Theirs is an act with a chip on its shoulder and an albatross around its neck, and absolutely no sense of humor. Theirs is an audience of overappreciative teenagers and an odd assortment of adults who spend much of their spare time worrying about death. Who else could be interested in watching manic obsessives who positively crow about their lack of musicianship, their disdain for practice, and their peerless snobbery? So why go see them? The New Order on stage are as helpless as transients keeping pace with a freight train. So much of their material relies on IBM roadies and pre-programmed beat tracks that the little work they actually do is pointless. If anything were to go wrong with the hardware, the software would keep playing in spite of it. Words like soul just don't apply when you take a break for a wardrobe and floppy disk change. I'm not attacking their music. The New Order's repertoire contains 2 of pop's catchiest formulaic song types, one structured around chunks of rhythm guitar, the other around a broodingly cadenced synth. Both were inherited from Joy Division, which formed the aforementioned niche, and Ian Curtis, the aforementioned albatross. But the New Order catalyzed them into a new pop phenomenon, restless commercialism. But the contrast between live and recorded is like the separation of church and state. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. This is one of those rare moments where I kind of go, I like this writer. Like someone I've never had any, I've never had any chances to read what they're. This is Dennis Seguin. Dennis with a 1S, Seguin from Nerve magazine. And I got no dog in this fight. I was never a disliker or a enthusiast for New Order, really. So back to what he was saying. The church and state separation. Yeah. Okay. Restless commercialism. Their album Power, Corruption, and Lies embodied everything that one could love or hate about the new wave. Dance floors will never be the same after the strident backbeat which culminated in the hit single Blue Monday / The Beach. And still, the Massey date was yet another disappointment. As with most self-styled enigmatics, the New Order present a fundamental barrier to audience enjoyment. One can be offended by their ambivalence, or one can ignore it and listen. But as live performers, they provide nothing that their records cannot. They seem to derive no pleasure from the act, and if this is merely an act, it matters little. Either way, they are a crashing bore. Which is not an expression I'm familiar with. I would have thought it was a crushing bore, but I checked. I zoomed in. That's definitely the letter A, printed on in the last sentence there. From Spin Magazine, April 1997, with Trent Reznor on the cover. I think we're talking Perfect Drug era, based on the facial hair. I'm just going to read through this. It's a short 2-page feature. It's their, Spin Top 40 Most Vital Artists in Music Today, and number 1 is 9 Inch Nails, which is pretty amazing considering 9 Inch Nails had been kind of out of the public eye or mainstream discourse as far as creating new albums for quite a while compared to a lot of other artists, and he comes back with The Perfect Drug, just one song from a movie soundtrack. So that's how powerful a guy like Trent Reznor can be as a creative force and a cultural force. So the subheadline is, what's it take to be named the most vital artist in music today? Well, that'd be an interesting question if it wasn't being asked by the persons who decided it and are writing about it, but whatever. A singular vision, scores of imitators, and a willingness to trash the competition. As Neil Strauss learns, Trent Reznor fits the bill perfectly. 8 years ago, Trent Reznor seemed like a throwback, beating the dead horse of industrial rock. Today, he seems like a visionary, the first rock star to make synthesizers cool for teenage headbangers, paving the way to popularity, not just for countless knockoff industrial acts, but also, to some degree, for the hyper-trendy beats of techno and electronica. Unlike many musicians, Reznor is savagely aware of his place in the current strata of pop stars. He constantly compares himself to other musicians, saying he can't write 1,000 songs like Billy Corgan, that he's not a careerist like Marilyn Manson, and that he can't sing about his big dick like David Lee Roth. It's for this reason, in large part, these intense feelings of self-consciousness and competition, that the most vital artist in music today has completed only one new song in the past 3 years. While cleaning off a place on the couch at Reznor's cliffside house in Big Sur, where he's holed up writing the follow up to 1994's The Downward Spiral, I spot an envelope. Scrawled in black pen are the words, "New songs." I don't open it. I do notice, however, that it's very thin. Is it fair to say that you suffer from writer's block? I'm afraid to really push myself and write because I'm afraid of failure. When I was doing The Downward Spiral, I was kind of freaked out. And Rick Rubin, who's doing the new record with me, was trying to talk to me, and I just wanted to kill myself. I hated music. I was like, I just want to get back on the road because I hate sitting in a room trying to, how do you say this? Just scraping my fucking soul. Exploring areas of your brain that you don't want to go to. That's painful. You write something down and you go, fuck, I can't say that. I don't want people to know that. It's so naked and honest that you're scared to let it out. You're giving a part of your soul away, exposing a part of yourself. I avoid that. I hate that feeling of sending a tape out to someone. Here's my new song. I just cut my soul open. Check it out. Criticize it. Let me ask you then, why do you think Spin chose you as the most vital artist in music? I don't know. I have no idea. I was pretty shocked when I was told, hey, you're number one. I was like, is this good? Because I can already read the letters next month saying, fuck that man. Why didn't you choose so-and-so? It's nice, though, to have some kind of mainstream media appreciation. I thought we always skirted super attention. There are 100 books on Courtney Love in Walden Books, and there's none on us, so it's flattering, but, I'm just a footnote in rock history. The guy that had mud on at Woodstock. Where are they now? The 90s. Do you ever wonder, how am I going to make sure I matter in the next decade? Jimmy Iovine of Interscope Records, who I respect a lot, said to me at one point, I'm president of Interscope and not a producer anymore because I see guys like you and Dre come along and I can't compete on that level. When you think about the rock world, there's a window of time where what you do has pertinence and meaning. I hope 10 years from now, I'm making soundtracks or producing or something. I don't want to be putting mud all over myself at the Sands in Las Vegas. I'd love to think that someday that I made a difference. I changed something. I shifted the access somewhat. But all I can do is try to make the best music I can, not go into it thinking, I'm going to change shit. It becomes calculated if you cater to the idea of shifting things. I think we have in a subtle way, but, yeah. I'd love to be remembered. Elvis, Lennon, Reznor. Sarcastically, in parentheses. Do you think that you helped pave the way for the mainstream acceptance of techno and electronica? Maybe. It starts sounding real egotistical if I take any stance on that. But to answer your question, I think we definitely took a certain element of harder-edged electronic music to the shopping mall. You might say that my success was to take industrial music and add melody to it or add an element of pop to it. It connected with people in a way that we didn't anticipate. Ooh, here we go. Here's the what's the word I'm going to say? Here's the bitchy part. Here's the don't you want to say something outrageous here? Question. How about these sort of one-hit wonder industrial bands like Stabbing Westward and Gravity Kills? Do you feel responsible for them? Look at it in terms of the music industry follow the leader approach. Okay, Nirvana's big. Let's sign every band that sounds like them. I'm sure after Nine Inch Nails had some success, other labels said, who sounds like them? Do I think that Stabbing Westward and Gravity Kills were part of that? Yeah, I do. Were they ripping me off? Yeah, I kind of see that. And then I think, do I whine like that? Am I perceived as that? I think there's a few innovators and many imitators. It shocks me to see Bush go to number one. Not to single them out, but I just can't respect them. Do they write good songs? Yeah. They've written some good songs. But I cannot respect or tolerate the lack of innovation. Music is my life. I know everything I can know about it. I know that it's not background. It's not stuff you put in the car to drive home from your job at IBM. It means something to me, and that's why I hate when something so uninteresting can be so successful. But I'm going into it with this purist attitude. I can see that Bush song as exactly this Nirvana song. I can tell. Fuck them for doing that, But it's also well-written enough that a guy who comes home from work can say, yes, that's a good thing. These guys rock. Exactly. It may be good music, but it's not important music. Oh, there's nothing that rock journalists love more than deciding what is important music. You got a point there. From Stone Temple Pilots on down the line, they've got some good songs, give them credit, but their whole premise, the house they built, is ridiculous. They're not saying anything. I don't mean to sound like I am important. I rip people off too. People always say about our music, yeah, they're just ministry songs. But if I started thinking, fuck, that's a good song, I should write one that sounds just like it, or I should cut my hair just like that, maybe then I'll be successful. I wouldn't have a soul. Do you think people can tell the difference between what's sincere and what's a pose? Oh, another music journalist favorite. That's another good one. Just like, oh man, it's so tough being the people that can really see the real shit, man. Normal people can't. They don't see the difference. They're just sheep. I'd like to think they can. But the English press gives me all this shit. No one can be depressed as this guy. He's full of shit. He's just cashing in. But I am that depressed. My head's just wrong. I'm not trying to be Mr. Tortured Artist guy. I wish I could be more content with the situation I've got. It's a complicated situation, and I see contemporaries who are very happy in the situation they've got. But my head doesn't work the same way. But is being content something you should necessarily strive for? It's not about being content. It's about, what if everything you ever wished for in your life and never thought you'd get, you got, and it still sucked? That's the thing. I look at Oasis, dumb idiots just living life. Ignorance is bliss. And there's a truth to that. I guess I just don't want it. So do you ever feel you don't deserve to be a rock star? I'll say one thing here. When 9 Inch Nails first got signed, I didn't know how to do interviews, and I really still don't. I talk too much and say stupid things. At the time, my heroes were Jane's Addiction, among others, and I'm reading where Perry's male prostitute, and he has this junkie lifestyle, and I'm like, I smoked pot when I was 18 once. I'm boring. I'm not this icon. I love Kiss for the same reason. Gene Simmons had a cow tongue grafted to his. That was the greatest shit. And I kind of made this pact with myself that I would just be honest. I am 31. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I was a male prostitute. I'm not gay. My tongue is my own. I'm not like a Marilyn Manson situation. I love Manson. I respect him. He's about showbiz, and he knows what he wants to do. And I think he's a good kick in the ass of that conservative Pearl Jam pseudo-alternative integrity thing. How much of what's going on pop-wise do you view as competition? I watch MTV, and I think it sucks. And I think most videos are shitty. But I watch because I like knowing what's going on. I want to know that the last No Doubt video sucked, so I don't do it myself. Since I'm aware of the business element of things, I get to feel a little competitive. For example, I like Beck now, but when he first came out, I felt that, just purely from the he's the competition point of view. Not that we're doing the same thing. I felt stupid even feeling that. But I wanted to not like him. And then I was like, your shit's good. Everyone around me, everyone says he's great. He's great. And I think that last record is great. But it's hard to not feel that sense of competition. It's a bullshit way to think. And that's what's disturbing about the whole idea of you're number one. Well, why? Because I'm better than him? I try not to think that way, but to be frank, there's a part of me that does feel that. Have you considered doing something completely different, like record as Trent Reznor instead of 9 Inch Nails? I've thought about that. I'd really like to get into more film scoring. I think I'd be good at it, says the guy that went on to win an Oscar for film scoring. I also thought about doing a record of instrumental piano, like this Mortal Coil type mood music. Music you can put on when it's a rainy day, or doing things like the sounds on the CD-ROM game Quake. Do you ever go to the game areas on the internet under an alias to post messages asking for help when you're stuck in a game? Oh, yeah, totally. I'm a cheater. And I'm a video game addict. I could have written 15 more records in the amount of time that I spent playing Doom. That's great. Do you ever worry that something or someone is going to cut short your life before you've said everything you have to say? Through my own self-destructiveness or through random act of violence? Either. There's the whole romantic notion of Ian Curtis, or for that matter, Kurt Cobain, burning out before they've said what they've had to say. But I don't really think about it that much. I've got a long way to go in terms of what I want to accomplish. I've got a lot more I really want to say. I'd be sad if I were dead tomorrow, though. Laughs. So much for being here through all of this. Like I said, this is one that's I started this whole podcast with the intention of doing as much good work as I could on this movie. It's got so much richness in the combination of music and film and source material and the execution of all those things. And I tell you, I didn't know if I would ever get here. If I didn't do it in the first 2 months of the show, if I kept putting it off, I was worried I would never actually finish it. And I'm glad I did. Obviously, if there's more that I think of later, I can do more. And if you want more stuff, I've got a Patreon. Patreon is a lot of rock history, a lot of music history. Not so much right now, the movie stuff. I'm only I'm only a month and a half into it, but it's a lot of deep reads. It's a lot of cool stories that I can't jam into some of these topics. And I've got so much research I've done in 2.5 years that has been sitting around that I can't use for one of these episodes. So I'm going to keep doing these episodes that are easy for people to search for and find when they're searching for the names of artists that they want to hear about and movies that they want to hear about. And I'm going to keep doing the Patreon for at least a year. We'll see if it takes off. We'll see if people want it. It's $3 a month. And if you want to wait a little while, wait a few months, then download a whole bunch of it and then turn it off. And then come back in 6 months and then download the 6 months worth and then turn it off. I highly recommend that. It's if you're into listening to the stuff that I talk about, it's more of that. And I'm generally shooting for about 4 hours a month. So you get 1 extra hour per week. And I don't mind if you just download MP3s and copy them and send them to friends. I hope you're well. I hope you know you deserve to be loved. And I hope you know that you deserve to be able to pursue things in life that help you grow and help you establish more caring connections with other people. And hopefully that's a legacy you will continue to build. I know I'm at a point right now after all this research on this particular episode that I've been quite online a bit too much. And I need to, especially with current events being what they are and the amount of news I've been absorbing in great detail while doing research on other stuff, I need to climb down out of the tree of woe, let's say, and allow myself a nice walk in the grass. And I will do that this weekend. I hope there's something really good for you, too. Soon. It's okay to be raw and hurt. And it's okay to be anxious, nervous. It's okay to laugh, too, though. It's okay to be flustered, and it's okay to be joyful at inopportune times, to lose your cool. Please forgive yourself and anyone else you can bring yourself to forgive. If I was ever in a car or at a restaurant sitting next to Sting or Sean O'Neill, I would definitely be happy to talk to them. And I would not hold anything against them, because I got all my frustration out on this episode. Or also just because I'm a two-faced, fake piece of garbage masquerading as someone that has integrity. I'm a rock and roller, man. I'm a rock and roller since I was 5 years old. I don't need to worry about integrity. When Milton wrote Paradise Lost, he used Virgil as his guide, referring to him as the poet, I believe. If I remember correctly, it's been 25 years. Well, Nick Toshi's is my Virgil. And he said, life is a racket. Writing's a racket. Sincerity is a racket. Everything's a racket. The man wrote unsung heroes of rock and roll, and I'm forever in his debt. Not just him, though. As the king of rock and roll himself once said, or once sang, I'm in love with rock and roll. It satisfies my soul. That's how it has to be. I won't get mad. I've got rock and roll to save me from the cold, and if that's all there is, that ain't so bad. Rest in peace, Lemmy. If you haven't heard the Lemmy episode, go back and listen to the Lemmy episode. Take care. Rock and roll's the best. So are you.